Yeah, we back. Oh wow. Let's see some real quick. This thing tripping. Of course. That's it ain't been that long. The deal, Black. What's the deal, man? Get these lights up real quick. Started early so I can get off early. Give me some rest. Nah. What the thing real quick. All right, what's the deal, my brother, man?
Getting sort of juvenile around here, man.
You said juvenile.
Feel like and shit, man.
Sound like
Hear me?
your connection going up. Oh, you do got one bar. I see. I was wondering why
Okay,
it sounded
yeah,
like
because
that.
I said it's getting sort of juvenile around here. It's getting high schoolish.
Oh,
Too much bickering back and forth, clicky, and all
ain't
this other
nothing
shit.
new,
Ready to
man.
pull up on people and shit, man.
It's pull up culture. You already know.
And this shit is just it's crazy, man. You're 6 years old. You talking about pull up? Pull up. What? Cut it out.
Oh my. Let me start inviting some peoples up in here. Oh, my mind's been on vacation now. Now it's time. No more vacation and bringing all y'all up in here. Hold on, let me see. 11, 12, 13. I bring her in here. Who else? Who else?
I agree, Danielle. It is draining, and it's so counterproductive of what we say that we're trying to do. It's
Facts.
counterproductive. It's,
I don't know how they still got that, man. People just stay so angry on here. I know after that Vada situation, shoot, I would have thought everybody had their heads on straight. See how a lot of stuff ain't worth getting into it over differences and stuff. That just be crazy. I don't know. Some people just gonna stay miserable, so it is what it is.
I don't know, man. What drives this whole narrative where everybody got to feel that everybody got to agree with them. We don't. I voice my opinion, and you take it or leave it because it's exactly what should fit to what benefits my life.
Right. Oh man, I hate when I do that. Who else? I ain't see. I don't even know if she got. Alright. So I invite him to. Uh, who else? Who else? Who else? She'd be good for the combo. We'll see. We will see. Alright. Oh yeah, let me go ahead. Help get these likes up real quick. So I get on this For You page real. Oh dang. I forgot to see if she gonna come in and invite her too. Dang. You know,
I'll be asking the man about his gray streak in his hair. You know what that is? It's old age.
it's the deal
Kid look like he's
Cash in the
60.
building. Kid, what's up with that gray stripe in your hair? Never noticed yet. It's been here since I've been live. That's what people know me as, you know? Patch. It's like, nah. But yeah, it's been like this since my early 20s. Started off with a few. How you feeling, Cass, man? How is everybody? I know I heard Black Side. Dang, all right, let's see something real quick. I meant to, oh, this thing. Oh, I can't do that. All right, so I'm gonna do this. Okay. So this is an interesting topic, not talked about enough. Most definitely. You already know I gotta be digging in deep, you know what I'm saying? I'm talking about most of the stuff everybody wanna stay quiet on because people be scared. So you know, talking to them, but nah. You know, I was always a kid that had 100 questions. It was a TikTok to ask you now. Had a
You know,
hundred
I like your
questions.
bonus question, Rick. Kev, I
Yeah,
like your bonus
you
question.
know.
Yeah,
I
but you know, I said that before. I said that in a couple of lives before. I said we have created a situation where daughters feel entitled because we as men make our daughters entitled. And
mm,
men can't treat our daughters like we would treat them. They're looking for that. And that's the problem. So I can admit that. But I would say I also try to raise my daughter with a different mentality. Love your kids enough to tell them, because telling them yes only creates a tyrant in a child.
mm-hmm. Hold on, I'm still inviting some people. If y'all can, it's 11 people up in here, man. Share it about 10 people if y'all. If y'all can, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It ain't that hard. They ain't got to worry about them bothering you, and I mean you bothering them and stuff. Bother them today, man. He said I may come up with it. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Actually, it's funny. This was actually requested by my mother. That's funny. She wanted me to. Um, she just. I guess it was like a really with women and girls at first. So I was like, all right. So I found a way to kind of remix it a little bit. So I added a few more questions to it. I say I'm gonna go ahead. His mom slip up in here because I know she want to see some point of views on this situation. I gotta see. So hold up real quick. I gotta get some more people. Hold up, give me a second. Y'all. I'm just sending invites. I'm trying to get some more people up in here. You see some? See, they said they waiting on that bonus. I kind of asked this question before in another one of my other lives, but it made me think about bringing it back up again. So I was like, yeah, I gotta see this one though. I'm kind of curious now. I'm kind of curious. Let me see some. Gotta see it. There's somebody I'm trying to invite, but it ain't. I can't. Oh, hold up. I got it now. I'll bring her in here. Who else? I'll bring her. Uh, mm. What's the deal, Kit Kat? Welcome to the live.
I was just talking about this yesterday when I went to the bar with my sister and my friend.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I
Which
have
one? What part? You talking about with the
the
kids getting
bar.
into it with the parents?
I have a stepson, and I was talking to this guy I went to high school with, and we were talking about parenting and how I have a stepson, and I give that stepson everything I have. I praise him. I put him on a platter. He is such a smart little boy. Let me tell you. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
that boy is everything to me since today I went to the gynecologist. I have endometriosis too. But this guy told me I was a tough bitch for what I went through. I told him how I had an ex who would not care about me, would care about everybody else, and, just care about himself. And that wasn't right. I mean, like, that's not okay. And I give Steven, my significant other, like, I'm his cushion. I'm that cushion he can come to no matter what it is. I don't care. And we sat in the car for hours and hours, weeks on weeks, just talking and talking and talking about how he got hurt by his ex and all that. And I'm like, Steven, we just got to take it day by day and everything will go your way. I promise you that. Even though some women do get more in court, that's not always the case. You just gotta stay strong for Logan. You gotta stay strong for yourself. You gotta boost your self-confidence up, you know?
That's the main part.
Mm-hmm. Can't.
You ain't confident. How you think your kids gonna be
Oh,
confident?
yeah. Oh, most definitely. I tell Logan, you gotta be confident, buddy. You're smart. You're 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 courageous. You're strong. You're beautiful, just like that little girl and that daddy talking on TikTok. That one video I've seen a lot lately. I just want him to use those courageous words.
Yeah. I think
Question.
nowadays when I see
Question.
videos, they got mothers dancing with their daughters with grown clothes on now and being viral off that now.
Question. I got a question. Good. So, talking about confidence, when do we want to give our kids the real? Do we want to build confidence in them and create this delusion or this narrative that they're not what they think they are? Or what I'm saying is, when is it okay for us to lie to our kids about what they are capable of at that time?
Hmm. I wouldn't say. I don't know. I'm not big online, but I would say that you could let your kids know that you ain't ready for certain information at the moment or something like that. I guess it's like piecing it off.
But what I'm saying is that we gotta let them know, as I try to let my daughters know, that beauty is just a conversation initiator. It's better to develop a decent character. Be able to treat people nice
I
instead
got you.
of you
Yeah,
know
that's
what I'm
exactly
saying
what
is
I
that
told my stepson. That's exactly.
everything is not owed to you. You are not the prize. I mean, you can make yourself be the prize by not necessarily just your outward appearance, but in terms of people, because I think people have an inflated sense of self worth that is garnered to them by their parents, and I think that that's where we're missing the ball in terms of this whole entitlement culture.
Hmm. That's facts.
The fact.
I say that's actually like the fourth thing I added to my, I guess, daily topics I'm gonna talk about, because I already said there's three main things I always focus on. I feel like that we should like kind of grow, how it can keep us to grow, which is the accountability. And then that's the first one. Then three is putting our ego to the side, and the third one is controlling our emotions. So that's what I added, because I realized, like, as talking to people, I'm like, this entitlement mentality. I was about to say, like, I need to start talking more about that too, because that's how a lot of us get hurt and stuff with all this expectations and feeling like we deserve this. I mean, all type of stuff or whatever. So that's why that is one of our biggest problem. Why we just so angry today. So that's like them of like the four things I'm always gonna be talking about. 'Cause everybody like I deserve this, but what did you do? What did you do to the? I think they mix deserve and earn together. 'Cause, it's funny.
Nobody deserves anything. I mean, my
Nobody
thing
does right.
yeah, you don't deserve anything. You don't deserve a 3 carat ring, and you don't deserve a house and a car as a grown ass man. But here it is, my thing, and when you look at what I'm about to say, look at it to be true. People who always compare what somebody else has against what they have
Hmm.
are the problem. If you're comparing where you're at and what somebody else has based upon what you've done or how you feel that they haven't earned it, you are the problem.
Yeah, I think that's how it all starts off at the beginning, though. Everybody, I mean, that's how people even start their validation off is from another person. But you gotta grow up and figure out that you gotta find that out within yourself later down the line.
Most,
Like with that, you said what?
I said most definitely. We gotta find out in the long run.
You do, yeah. A lot of people to this day still looking for validation through other grown folks.
Oh yeah.
Grown folks looking.
Like my mom, for
I just want to
instance.
know if I look pretty. Let me
Yeah,
know.
like
You
my
know what
mom
I'm
or my dad, and my boyfriend tells me I look gorgeous every day and I'm
saying?
out of his league. I'm like, babe, you need to stop that. You're just as gorgeous as I am. You know that? Like, come on, you're such a beautiful soul. I tell
That's
Logan
where
that all
confidence
the
come from,
time.
actually.
I always told Logan that you're a beautiful soul. You don't need any validation from anybody. You
Right.
got you got yourself, you got your cousin Addie. You're all good, buddy. You're
I'm
good.
gonna hit you up later.
Gets upset at a
Oh,
video
for sure.
game. I tell him I'll help you and we'll get through the video game. And he gets
I'm gonna
so mad.
drop
He
y'all.
gets
I already hit
so
the prompt
mad.
wrong.
He gets so mad at the Nintendo. And I'm like, we gotta calm down, bud. We gotta calm down. I got this. I got you, bud. You
Hmm.
know, just give him that confidence in a game so he doesn't feel like I go, everybody wins and loses in games, buddy. It's okay.
Yeah. That's exactly where the confidence come from, though, and that's what I had to learn myself.
Oh,
Once
yeah.
I stopped looking for everybody to validate my lifestyle and stuff, I'm like, no, why do I keep on trying to live my life trying to impress somebody else? You know,
Right.
I think once I start
And
caring
his
about that,
mom. Just like Steven
yeah,
and his mom, why does he have to validate her? And like, you know, like she's always judging him to do this, and this. And I'm like, just don't listen to her. You live your life and you can't choose who you want to be with. You know, like me, for instance, like she didn't like how I didn't have a job. Well, I have a medical condition on that part. So I'm sorry if I can't validate you on that part. You know, like that's not something you do to somebody. Like, and even his sister Cassie goes, I don't like your ideology, Mom. It's ridiculous. Some people's ideology is freaking crazy.
yeah. But yeah, most of it, I think when I figured that out, stop because regardless, like people gonna judge you no matter what. Do if you do good things, bad things, you still gonna get judgment. So I was like, I gotta do what I feel is best for me, and
Yeah.
and that's when I was like, you know what, that's where confidence comes from. I ain't had to, and I actually left a room yesterday where these people was calling themselves 10 and all this stuff, but I've noticed that people that call themselves tens be the most insecure ones. You know what I'm saying? Because they most of the time they have to say that to boost their own ego up. And then the thing is, what I catch them at all the time is they're debating their confidence. Like you're fighting your confidence. Like, why do you have to prove? I don't even think, and even if it was such thing as a 10, because that means perfect, there will be they wouldn't have to say anything. You know what I'm saying? Because they'd be like, whatever, you know, because everybody else calling that person a 10. They wouldn't have to say anything because they don't have to prove themselves. That's how I
Right.
look at it.
Right. That's how exactly how I look
She
at it.
she was getting mad, getting triggered. That
Yeah.
was too funny.
Oh gosh.
I'm like, what the heck, a 10 getting triggered?
I take it triggered.
I thought you was perfect. What happened? That
I
make
do that
no
to my
sense.
hand sometimes. I go, hell, I feel like complete poopy caca right now. You're still calling me beautiful? Well, you're beautiful
Well,
too, babe. I don't care. He doesn't care how I look. I don't care how he looks. It looks
yeah,
shouldn't matter. You know, like that's
yeah,
not something I'm really worried about. Like, you look good, babe. You look good.
yeah.
Oh,
You
yeah.
got some more people, invite them up in here, real.
Yeah. Sure.
So,
And the guy.
yeah, I feel like I invited everybody I needed to invite. Yeah, I know some people ain't gonna get into it a little later because
Right.
the timing different.
Mm.
Uh, I can't invite them. They can't even have no kids. What was this? Oh, I just be following people on the. Wow. At least I'm a backup.
Right. I just following people.
Yo.
Salutations, my people.
Oh yeah, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Okay. Had to see something real quick. All right. Mothers and daughters. LOL. For sure. Come on up, badass. Badass. Come on up. What's up, Cass, man? How you feeling? She knows she got the smile that make people smile. I see. I see. Oh yeah, man. I came back with some stuff, man. I think I'm gonna give this one to my mom. Made me think of it, but I added more questions to it. So
Love it. I think your mom is. I think your mom is a rock star because these are absolutely superb questions. Okay, so I'm gonna start with one. To get into to fight, baby, mothers and daughters. Let's be real. It's mothers and daughters. Um, um, boys, boys tend to um because of hierarchy, I think boys with their mother and boys with their father, they tend to submit and surrender more. However,
mm,
girls with their mothers, they will bug. I know I have three girls. And I think it's because many times um, girls have so many innate opinions about themselves, about others, and they don't mind sharing that
mm,
because they operate more through emotion. And
right.
I've seen it. For instance, with my son, I would say he's a mama's boy, but that's only because my ex-husband's not around.
Mm,
But when I tell him or ask him to do something, he swiftly does it. The girls are like, "Oh, mom, but what? But you heard me. I said what I said." It's always something like that. Yeah, you got a cup. You got a couple seconds to fix it real quick, or it's gonna be something. Girls are just like that. So I just believe that, because of that emotional aspect, and because girls um, tend to not hold back when it comes to how they're feeling. They look at these grown women out here acting. You know me.
I knew it was a matter of time.
You know me. It's grown women out here acting like they are 15 and 16 years old. And
Hmm.
I have a 26-year-old, I have a 22-year-old, and I have a 16-year-old daughter. And I can tell you, when they are between the ages of 14 and 17, I can't stand them. All three of them. They went
I figured the teenage years, yeah.
because they went through that phase where they are they are trying to discover who they are, and then they have this imposter syndrome about who they believe they are, and so it's clashing on a consistent basis.
Hmm.
And so, because of their confusion about their identity in that particular phase of their life, it tends to clash, and you get some bipolar stuff. So, I mean, that's I agree that the mothers and daughters, instead of fathers and sons, I believe that sons tend to, submit more than girls do.
I know that one time because I know my friend told me about it. Every now and then you got that son that want to try their father out. Every now and then, till they get humbled and then, you know what I'm
Right.
saying?
That happened with one of my brothers and my dad. There were, of course, you know about my brother that I wear on my neck.
Yeah.
Um, it was actually him. He was the one out of the three boys. He was the middle. He was the middle boy. So I think placement also makes a difference too.
Okay, yeah, I get you.
Yeah, I think it makes a difference. So he was the one that bucked, and I'm talking about they was out there on that 1 acre. They was out there on that 1 acre wrestling. But at the end of the day, um, they worked it out, and he never did it again. I'll just say that.
So, lesson learned.
Yeah. All right. Where do the children get their ways from? Oh, I think children's demeanors, their characteristics, their morals, their values. That's a culmination of things because
Hmm.
sometimes it's genetic and hereditary. I see things in my daughter and my son that are so their dad, and it's nothing they are trying to do. Oh, thank you. I love donuts. I just need some coffee. I think that it's because of his particular mannerisms. I can see some of his mannerisms. I can even see some of the, like, he's really sly and manipulative, and I can see that. And then with me, I see the smart mouth. I see the, real slick comments that come back. That's all me. I gotta take it. That's all me. Cause I'm intellectual and witty, and I know how to use it in a way that it can be sarcastic and condescending.
Hmm.
And all my daughters have that. And I think it's a culmination. It's procreated from both, I believe, both parents. And it could be also not just from both parents, but both sides of the family, because sometimes things go back. Like my son looks like my ex-husband's great grandfather. So I think that sometimes it's a combination of those things. I don't think it just comes from one person. But for instance, if there is someone, if like for instance with me, my kids have basically been with me for the last almost 14 years in January, and they they tend to, their morals and their values, they tend to align more with my family and not his family. But I think that that's by proximity.
Right.
Okay. So I believe that it comes from both sides, even if that other parent is not there. But I believe that the custodial parent, when it comes to morals and values, they have an upper hand in how those ways are displayed. Chrissy, you said you're very sarcastic and your oldest is autistic. He learned your language. But you know what? I mean, hey, that's a good thing because you know what? That's a defense mechanism for him that could also be a coping mechanism. So that's actually really good. All right. Can men only hold boys accountable and women only hold girls accountable?
I'm being slick with that
Yeah,
question.
I know you being
I'm,
slick.
you said
I,
what?
I don't agree with it. Um, again, because of hierarchical dynamics. I think that makes the difference. Now, if you're talking about two adult women and two adult men, I believe it's a different answer. But when it comes to this, I believe that men can hold boys accountable, and women can also hold boys accountable, and men can hold girls accountable, and they can also hold boys accountable.
Mm.
I just believe that because, like a girl and a father, men usually tend to have a soft heart when it comes to their daughters. And this is kind of going into your next bonus question. Men tend to see the daughter as a little princess, but then you thereby a byproduct of that is sometimes you have now created an entitled, spoiled, which would it be? Shut up. I can't stand you. Oh, I was
Oh
about to
shit.
call you. I was about to call you today. I'll get back to that. Um, so I think, and then now you created a problem that now grows up and becomes the girl that says, oh, I'm not doing 50-50. Oh, if you can't do this for me. And I think men create that problem, but also men create, when the men are absent, they also create the problem when men are absent from their daughters. I believe it thereby creates another problem. Okay, you now have the girls that are buck wild and looking for their daddy in
Mm.
every. So I believe, again, I believe that men and women can hold both girls and boys accountable, because of that hierarchical dynamic. But when it comes to adult men and women, I believe that men should hold men accountable, women should hold women accountable, because usually women not gonna listen to men anyway.
Hey,
Yeah,
say it
yeah,
like
yeah.
this. I'm a manager at 3 different locations, and I can't hold none of those women accountable for anything they do with their actions at these jobs.
Because they don't respect
So
you, brother.
it's not even that they don't respect me. Most of the women that are around here are man haters. And as far as the little girls being princesses and all that, that's just a Disney delusional fantasy that has been propagated to our people mostly, so that way we don't have no control of our household.
Let me
End of
ask you a
story.
question. You just said the you a manager and the women that work under you, none like you can't hold them accountable. Is that what you said?
No, I'm a manager at 3 locations, and I can't even hold the female managers accountable for their actions because they don't listen. They have this entitlement that they don't have to listen to men, especially a
Who
black man.
number who do you think is at fault? Number who do you think is at fault with that?
Personally, it's society as a whole.
Okay, so you blaming society as a whole for them not being able to take correction from a black man.
Yes, because you can go look at everything that's going on for the last 75 years in our community specifically and see that the women are not held accountable, and when they are, it turns into a problem.
So you sure what type of manager are you then? If you can't hold the people accountable that you have, that's weird.
No, it's like this. Any manager that's in the business that I'm running, out of the 3 locations I work at, the women do not listen to black men specifically. They'll listen to the white man, but they won't listen to the black man. And it's because they don't listen to us because of the society that we grew up in. They don't have to listen to us because they don't look at us like we have any say, authority, etc. Whether it be a job or in the street.
What kind of business are you running? No, what kind of business is it? No, what we talking about?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what business it is. It matters the
Oh my
fact that
gosh.
you can go to any business and it's the same
No,
way.
bro. Just answer the question.
No, bro. Don't have to answer that question. I
Now,
gave
are
you a
you at a brothel?
baseline. Take it
Now,
for
are
what
you
it
at a
is and
brothel?
stop trying. No,
I'm
no,
just trying
dude,
to
that's
figure out why
stupid.
people not
Get real.
respecting you, bro. That's it.
It's not about no. It's not a respect issue.
No, it's
It's
definitely a
a
respect
they don't
thing.
listen to black men
No,
issue.
they don't listen to you.
Right, they probably just don't listen to you. That's
No,
weird.
no, no. I'm
But
not the only. I'm not
you
the.
a manager though, so
I'm not the only
you,
black male manager. Listen, I'm not the only black male
Yeah,
why
manager
y'all ain't
Quran
fired him then?
in
manager.
You can
any of
hold him
these
accountable that way.
locations.
Are you black, sir?
And what we. Why wouldn't I be? Look at my picture.
I'm just asking a simple question. If you want to fight, we can fight, but I'm just asking a simple question.
No, you're now you're being disrespectful.
No, I'm not. I could
By
be, but I'm
asking me if
asking
I'm
you simple
black, like,
questions. Yeah, I don't know
come
because I
on, bro.
don't know you personally. We're on the
You
application.
don't gotta know me personally to look. You gotta look at the
Listen,
picture, bro.
listen.
Come
It's a
on.
yes or no question. That's it. Now, I mean, now I see. Now I see why the women don't respect you. Now I see
No,
why.
it's not that they don't. It's not just me,
Oh no,
bro.
it is you, sir. They don't respect
Again, I just
you.
said that. You
That one bar hurting you, boy.
Right,
no,
right. They
they don't
don't
respect
respect
any of the male
you.
black authority,
Oh no, they don't
and
respect
you
you,
keep.
sir.
No. They don't respect the assistant
So,
general manager that's a black man.
Right,
They don't respect
right.
the general manager that's a
so you
black
Sure,
out?
man. They
Okay.
literally don't respect
sure,
any of
sure.
us.
Keep
Since
on
you want to
telling
keep
yourself
using
that.
that,
Keep on telling yourself that.
okay.
I can't
And
hear
I'm
you.
gonna keep on
She just
telling you.
whispered.
Look at my picture.
Some people just don't respect the job itself.
What'd you say,
It
Kev?
has
I
nothing to do
said
with the
I
manager.
wasn't even finished before the guy jumped in. I was just trying to finish the bonus question. That's
Oh.
all.
Nah,
All right,
nah. Me,
go
go
ahead.
ahead, Cassie. Nah, me, women
Hey,
don't
my
respect you.
apologies.
So go ahead, Cassie.
Anyway, I'll go ahead and make this quick. I'm not a pilot, so I'm not into landing planes, but I will make it.
That
Um,
was not funny, bro. That was not funny.
so why is it daddy's little girl praised? Um, when men have daughters, they tend to forget that about the women they've encountered, or they forget or they keep them in mind when it comes to how they raised their daughter. And because they know of some of the doggish and trifling and manipulative things that they have done, they want to make sure that their daughters are put on a pedestal to kind of keep them away from those guys that were like them. So
Mm.
I thank you. So I believe that the little girls are praised by daddy because they want to protect them from what do y'all call them? The Ray Rays and the Pookies?
The
Pookies and the
Pookies.
Ravens.
Yeah, the Ray Rays and the Pookies. So I think, but then again, they thereby create a problem by doing that. And then mama boys are shamed because because we tend to in our society, and I don't know why it's such a taboo thing, that we try to disassociate emotion from men, but we all need that balance. And I think that because the mother is seen as the more emotional, when the boy gravitates to her, um, it's kind of like, oh, he's gonna be infected by her emotions. And I said infected for a reason because it's seen as a bad thing. Not he's going to gain some life experience that will help increase his emotional intelligence, but it's all looked at as being bad. So I think that's why mama's boys are shamed.
Mm. Hell, sometimes Cassie be do. I mean, she be saying some good shit sometimes. I'm gonna get that to her. She do be saying some good shit, boy.
Hey,
No,
that boy.
there's some perks to it, major perks. She'll come over. She loves babysitting. She loves that grandkid. She loves cleaning up after him. Like, and I don't care. You know what? You come over, you're more than welcome. I love you.
Wait,
She's an
who?
amazing
Who?
woman.
Who?
My son's father's mother.
Okay.
She's awesome. I love her. So, like, I'm cool with a mama's boy, but it's only because me and that mom have that relationship where, you know, she treats me just like her daughter. We go day drinking together. She's awesome.
So, so are you just cool with it because you're benefiting from it?
I'm cool with it because I see her as family.
No, but hold on. If you weren't benefiting from it at all, like y'all didn't go out drinking, she didn't come over and clean up and all that. Now, do you think you would still feel the same way?
I'd still want that relationship either way because, like, I was close with both my grandmothers and I know how important grandmothers are to a kid. So, either way, I would still want that relationship. I would still want her to want to come over, you know? Even if she didn't like me, you know, for the kids' sake, at least.
Okay,
Hmm.
so let me give you an OC. That was a great question.
Thank you.
So Little Miss, because I don't want to call you the BA. Um, if okay, so for instance, I was married. And he was he was the baby. His mother was she was. Ugh. You know what? As as elaborate as my English vernacular is, I can't even come up with the words to describe how disgraceful of a woman she was. Um, she was mean, she was cattery, she was malicious, and she was very manipulative. To the point that her own daughter, when she had surgery, would not allow her to come stay with them. She had to be taken care of for 2 weeks. I knew this woman couldn't stand me. And I have no reason, I have no clue why she didn't stand me, couldn't stand me. And she ended up having to come to my house, and I waited on her hand and foot for 2 weeks. And until then is when she saw that I actually, regardless of how she treated me, I still killed her with kindness. I still did everything that I would do for my own mother. And that was when she had a turnaround. So the thing is it still kept a sour taste in my mouth about her. So if she was like that, then how would you feel?
So it was like that in the beginning, believe it or not, you know? And you have to come from a perspective where she was a single mom. That is her only son. They have a strong bond. It was just them two all those years, even before I came in the picture. So I put that in my head first, and I have to realize I have a strong bond with my parents. So I have to respect how he feels towards his mother, and that's all he's ever had. You know, so it's like you got to understand where they're coming from and where their family's been through. And like it was rough in the beginning, but like I stuck my foot in my mouth, killed him with kindness, and it takes years. It takes years. And we're on these terms now where it's great, you know. And I got her little Christmas gifts. I can't wait to give her. You know, I know her taste now. I know what she likes now. You know, it takes years. It really does.
I wish I had a wand where when we ask questions like this, I wave it and it puts the person in the situation, um, so they can experience it. Because no, I definitely get your point of view, but I don't know. I mean, we all are coming from different point of views, and in my head, it is just yeah going totally differently. But it is what it is, and I
Like
waved my wand.
I grew up where my dad respected my mom's mother. My mom respected my dad's mother. My mother was there on my both grandmothers, you know, deathbeds. She was there feeding them water while they were at the end of their life, helping my father out through a hard time. I
Mm.
grew up seeing that. So like I don't care how she treats me at the end of the day, that's the man I love's mother. So if she could hate me all she wants, but at the end of the day, I'm gonna kill it with kindness.
Are you Caucasian?
as a bottle of bleach.
Wait, hold on. You said what? As a bottle what?
As a bottle of bleach, yes, I am.
Oh damn.
These random questions be funny.
She said I'm transparent. I just I just want to say, Cassie is disrespecting your platform, by being on the phone, right now. You know what I'm saying? She got no respect for you, my boy. Secondly, I hope everybody has taken their poop today, cause I have, and I feel way way better.
A poop a day to keep the doctor away.
A poop a day.
That's too much information. While you over here trying to shame me, I am trying to handle business before I get up and drive to Austin. Okay.
Uh
I
oh.
I don't care your excuse.
Let Austin stand. Are
I
you
gotta
in
get my.
good hands?
A poop a day will keep the doctor away.
Oh, y'all, I'm sorry. Hey, Kev, I hadn't been able to do this yet. Can we have a moment of silence for Vada, man? Thank you so much. That hurt my heart. She would have had some great answers too. But anyway, OC, get into the questions.
Wait, let me. Did everybody hear about my poop?
We don't care about it.
Okay, but y'all heard it. I don't care if y'all can. Y'all heard it.
Yeah, we're thankful. We're thankful.
Think I smelt it.
We're thankful things are moving from the north to the south. We appreciate it.
Hey,
Hallelujah. Amen.
yo, if you smelled it out, yo, bro, it was, yeah, it was up there. Um, so okay, boom. Thank you for
That's
making
the P.
these letters big. I appreciate that, big dog.
Oh, no
Oh,
problem,
good
man.
to
No
feel
problem.
that fight more mother and daughter, or father and son. I mean, so I'm gonna answer the father and son one first. Now, now this is not from experience. This is not from personal experience, but this is from like seeing the dynamics. The only way I could think about the father and son fighting is like, of course, when the son reaches a certain age, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Of course, they have their chest out, and there's kind of a clash of like, yo, listen, I'm a man too, and you need to respect me as that man. And the father is like, nah, you're not a man yet. So I can see how those heads can butt. Um,
Thanks.
Mine never came back from getting cigarettes, so I never had that. Um, but I've definitely had like those men around and stuff like that. But I don't think I've ever had a relationship like that with any man growing up, type shit. Um, mother and mother and daughter. Damn. Um, I don't know. I guess the only thing I could think about with the mother and daughter part is kind of like, now you have different dynamics. You have dynamics where the mother had children young. I mean, she's trying to keep the daughter away from there. Now you have dynamics where the mother is narcissistic, and the daughter picks up all of that from her, and then through that trauma, she becomes who her mother is, or she
Mhm.
becomes who the person she hates the most is the person that she eventually becomes, and so like that. So you have that dynamic. So I think it all in all, bro, like it's just different dynamics for mothers and daughters and fathers and sons. You know what I mean? For real, for real. That's what I
Who
gotta
you
say
think?
about.
So
Uh,
who you think the top though, or you think it's even?
who do I think is the top?
Mm-hmm. Wolf, what's the deal,
I
brother?
think
Dang,
I
you got
think
me.
I think I think mothers and sons are the top, but they're not on here.
Wait a minute. You think mothers and sons fight more than mothers and daughters?
Yeah.
Oh
No
no.
way.
Okay. So I'm gonna say this. F everyone that said no, because this is my opinion. Damn it.
That's okay. Thanks.
um. So I mean, yeah. I mean, think about it, bro. Mother and son dynamic. Because we're not talking about. There's no like we're not talking about a man being there. It's just a mother and a son. So of course there is the butting of heads where the mother wants to play both roles, but she can't play both roles. So of course the son, when the son reaches a certain age, he's gonna be rebellious, and the mother cannot control that. So there's always back and forth. Now, I mean, until he leaves the house, it's always going to be a back and forth dynamic. And then you have the other thing where the mother coddles the son way too much, and he becomes 100%. Help me out with this word. He becomes 100%. What's that word? Um, fuck. What's that word I'm looking for? Resilient? No. Dependent. I mean, he becomes 100% dependent on her. So now, her thinking that she created someone that could be independent, I mean, in actuality, is creating someone that's dependent on her. So that can also bring a clash. Yeah, I'm saying. So yeah, I mean, I say, mm, a mother and son. The only reason I'm saying that is because I've experienced that personally. I mean, that's the only reason I'm saying that. But
Yeah, I got 5 brothers. They never tested my mother because they were afraid of my father. They knew how to stay in line.
no,
But like
right. But see,
me, I
we're
could
not
test. I
talking.
could
Hold
test
on,
anyone all
Nami.
day.
But look, that has nothing to do with this. We're not talking about that. I mean, that with this scenario, the two I mean, the two people that should be there are not in the picture. Now, we're not talking that. Of course, yes, if that man is in the house, those boys are not gonna overstep because they understand the like they understand who has the authority. You know what I'm saying? Like they get it. It's understood. Now, I mean, just like we've seen many videos of women trying to reprimand their boys and their sons and them ignoring them until the man steps in. And a lot of times that man doesn't have to say shit. You know what I'm saying? And those boys already know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Um, Mister, what's going on, bro? Damn, why you so close to the phone,
In the
bro?
situation you're arguing, I'd say that it's only one parent there, so they're going to be the only one tested. They're going to be the only one dealing with everything because they're the only parent that's there.
N- No,
So no
right.
matter if you have a daughter or a son, if you're a single parent, you're the only parent dealing with the bulk of their emotions and trying to navigate life with them wanting to do their own thing.
I
Parenting
mean,
ain't easy.
but for a male and a female, those are two totally different parenting styles.
Yeah, right.
You know what I'm
So
saying?
overall,
Because
you said that the did you say the mother and the daughter is on I mean the not the mother and daughter. You said the father and the son is more of a
who,
problem.
me?
Yeah.
No, I said the mother and son.
Oh no. Oh, that's a whole different
Nami,
scenario
but
then.
I know Nami's a whole different one. But for this one, um, I would say mother and daughter. Nami for sure.
Okay, I get you. Okay, that is a good remix. I ain't never thought about that one. Let me see.
Hey man,
Because I can
see,
see that though. Yeah.
yeah,
As
yeah.
mothers, we're used to dealing with our toddlers' emotions as babies. We're used to dealing with their emotions as kids. So they cling to us with their emotions because they're used to it and that's how they were raised. So when they're lashing out as a teenager, those hormones are hitting.
Oh
They're going
my,
to
that
lash out.
teenager.
They lash out at the mother. Like women, we're more emotional. So we lash out at our mothers because we're going through so much that we can't even explain, but yet we want to be right at the same time. And it's so hard. And so, like, mothers and daughters, definitely, it's just like a little stick of
You
dynamite
know
and a
what
flame
else made
dancing
me
around
think?
it.
What else made me think about that is like I think what also kind of hold them. Dang, I'm mixing it up. My bad. I was about to mix the whole. That made me think about n- that. So that's weird because you made me think about the one you had. Then you said the mother.
The mother and the
The
son.
yeah, and you made me think about with that one. It made me think of like it's kind of weird because I would think like the daughter and the father will be kind of even though they daddy's little girl and all that stuff, but with that one, it's just like it always like that dude. The son will always have that extra, which I was kind of scared when I was growing up and stuff. That's why, as much as me and my mom used to get into it like crazy and stuff, but it's like you always had that extra stuff. Like if you ever did talk back to your mother, hit your mother back or something like that, like the whole family will be on your head. I don't think it's the same way the other way around. Like if the daughter was to, slap the dad or something like that, I think, it would just be the mother probably take care of it or something
I
like
mean,
that. But
but the daughter would never even think about doing that.
he wouldn't, probably wouldn't. Yeah, I feel you.
Yeah, yeah. I'm saying that's why I said it's two different dynamics with the mother and the daughter. It's two different shits. That's why the
Mm,
mother could never step in and try to take the man's role. Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
and vice versa. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
that's fair.
So, I mean, so like so in that it's like the mother could never do, I mean, none of that shit. And yes, the child is gonna suffer if that mother doesn't put certain shit in place to make sure that that male role is there. On the flip side of shit, yes, of course.
Still meet you.
Yo, Michi, what's good? Of course. On the flip side of things, um, fucking bitch, I forgot what I was gonna say. My bad.
That quick how much you be doing.
Damn, it's all good. Um, hold on, let me grab it. Where do the children get?
It's just water, Moni. It's just water.
Where do the children Where do the children get their ways?
Hmm?
What? Where do the children get their ways from? What?
Where do children get their characteristics, their innuendos, their nuances,
Oh,
their
from whoever's the primary custodial parent. I would say whoever's the primary. Yeah, that's who they get their shit from. Whoever's raising them. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Yo, bro, I've met women that was raised by their grandparents. What? They know how to cook meals from scratch, and and they be moving like, yo, okay, boom. My cousin, right? She was raised by her mother, her father, and her grandparents. This person, when you go to her house, the hospitality is crazy. You know what I'm saying? She could cook full meals. She can do this. She can, because she learned it. From, of course, her mother and father, but also her grandparents. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? So she has both of that. So whoever's raising you, like, that's essentially you know what I'm saying, what your habits are going to be. Shit, there's certain habits now. Ooh, that's that water. No, that's that water. There's certain habits, not like certain small habits that I noticed about myself, and I tried to change it. But you know how you just like now you just like at the age that we are at, like you just do stuff without thinking about it. I'm at a point where I can't change it because I've been doing it for so long. So sometimes I just do it without even thinking about it. You know what I'm saying? It's because who raised me in the environment I was raised in.
now, do you think that because I kind of something to that extent as well, but do you believe that there are some things that are contributed to the children, regardless of the non-custodial parent, by the custodial parent, that are contributed by the non-custodial parent because it could be hereditary, it could be something that's genetic, um, it could be something that is that it like filters out throughout their generations, and the kids still some way have that, an inkling of that within them,
For
and it
sure. For sure. It would be ignorant of me to think otherwise, being that I do have seven siblings. Um and he never came back with the milk for any of us. So, and then it would be ignorant of me as well to be like, because I just started semi building a relationship with him, and I'm in my early 30s. And even when I speak and I see certain shit, I'm like, oh shit, what the fuck? Like, what? Bro, I didn't, that's me. Like, I do that same shit. You know what I'm saying? So, like, regardless, there's gonna be little things sprinkled around. And you think You think you ain't got nothing in common, but you do. You do because ain't no going. Yo, listen, you share that same DNA with that individual. Yeah, I mean, so some stuff is gonna come out regardless of how it is.
I agree. That was so eloquently stated.
Now, me say it again, Dr. Cassie.
I agree that was so eloquently stated.
Wait, hold on. Hey, yo, Chris, you gotta mute your mic, brother.
Alrighty.
I appreciate you, bruh. Say it again, Dr. Cassie.
I said I agree, and that was so eloquently stated.
Oh, Cassie, thank you. Oh, I, I appreciate that. Oh. Um,
Dog.
can men only hold boys accountable? Women only hold girls accountable. Now, what you mean, like in the grown-up stage, like, or just in general? You talking to your phone, like, and you on mute, Cassie.
I'm waiting for Ted to answer you because you're asking him a question, but he's talking about men and boys or women and girls, not women and women and men and men.
Okay, so as adolescents. Okay.
What?
Yeah, I
What did I
mean,
miss? I was over there accepting requests. Oops.
what happened, bro?
I said what? I thought I had missed something. I was over there bringing people up.
Oh, yeah. I mean, as an adolescent, bro, like you get checked by anybody. It don't matter. I mean, if
Mm.
it's a man or I mean, or a woman. Shoot,
Mm.
I mean, shoot. When I was a kid, I got
Cass
checked
ain't
by.
fall for it. I was trying to get her to fall for it. She like, no, I'm sticking with that.
Now
Man
when
chick man, women chick women.
when I was a kid, bro, I got checked by many strong women and shit. And that shit, I remember one time I was in school, I was misbehaving and all that. And this big lady, she came there and she put my ass in check. What?
Yeah.
I, I was what? I wasn't doing nothing. I was yeah. So of course, I mean, but see, bro, and also it's all about the like the child's upbringing as as well, because you got these badass kids now. Hold on, what the hell going on? You got these badass kids now, bro. So you can't tell none of them shit, cause it's not like it's not like back in the olden days. And when I say the olden days, I'm talking about like 90s, early 2000s. I know a lot of y'all is like older than that. But that's what I'm talking about. Where like
Otis,
wait,
Otis, I got a question, Otis.
what?
I got a question for you.
What's up?
Yeah, why do you have that profile picture? I think it's like kind of disrespectful.
I don't give a fuck what you think disrespectful. Is that why you asking me a question? Shut up. If you're not asking something about this, close your
Shut the
mouth.
fuck up, bitch. That means
Oh,
your mama belongs
Yeah.
in a fucking kitchen. Respect
yes,
your
she
elders,
does.
man.
Yes, she
Respect your
does.
mama. What the fuck is wrong with you, man?
She does. And your mom does too. They get so triggered. And that's why I have the picture up there. Boom, boom, boom. That was a good one.
This dude came all the way up here to talk about your picture. That's crazy.
Not fact. I'm like, yo, I think you asked me a question.
Guys,
I
what's
think you
up?
talking. Now you interrupted because you was triggered, man. Stop it. Okay,
Man, that
so
shit's just an opinion. You know what I'm saying? It's not a dick. You don't got to take it that hard.
nah, that's a
Oh
fact.
my.
Why is it daddy's little girl praise and mommy's boy shame? What? Oh, mama's boy, not okay, mama's boy is shame. Why is daddy's little girl praise and mama's boy shame? Damn, yo, I'm gonna have to ponder on that one for a second. That's a good one. That that's a what is daddy's little girl praise and boy shame? Damn. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna have to ponder on that one because I don't. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't just want to talk the talk because that's a good one.
Yeah, that's why I want to see some, especially some ladies. I want to see what they gonna say about that one. Even Cass.
Trick me, did you?
Huh?
You
Oh,
didn't
which
trick me.
one? Oh, with that one? No, I try to trick you with that third one. You know, you just.
You know how I think. The thing is I tend to have a little more realistic view about things. I'm not with this men, women, man haters
But
club.
you
I'm not
can't
with
escape
that
me,
club.
motherfucker. That's your mama that's in the kitchen, bitch. Don't talk about women like that. That's your
Yeah.
mama.
Hey
That's
yo,
your mama. I don't give a fuck.
What is
Don't
going
generate.
on?
he got so mad he went on another page.
Like,
That
what is
dude
going
is good.
on?
That's funny.
You
Hey
got
He
yo,
is
another
good.
page just to come over here and talk some more shit, man.
that is
That's
funny.
crazy, right?
I
That shit
am
Guys,
crazy, man.
flabbergasted.
They
How
be
did
I
people
ain't never
bored on
seen
here, I
something
guess.
like that.
guys, can we just
oh my
appreciate his
god.
effort because that was
Hey yo,
hella
listen,
funny.
he's a mama's boy, so
Can we
he
get him
got
back?
triggered.
Can we
He
get
got
him back?
triggered.
I don't know if he's a mama's boy.
Oh no, he is. Hey yo, how you get triggered by my profile picture? Yeah, I'm saying, like, how you get triggered like that? I mean, it's crazy because he's a mama's boy.
Bro, how do they squeeze their eyeballs all into your profile pic? That's the crazy
Exactly,
part.
exactly, bro.
I'm trying to
Whole
see.
topic up here and it's like, hold up, let me see something. They must have
Exactly.
followed you or something.
It says women belong in the kitchen. I agree.
I can't barely see it, right? That's crazy. Look how close you had to get to the screen to see it.
Women belong in the kitchen unless the man cooks better.
Who?
Oh no, that's not what the sign says.
It says women belong in.
Not me, but yo, hey yo, I want him to come on another page and do it again. That's that
Yeah,
was
Hey,
hilarious.
Guys,
Otis.
come back.
Hey,
See,
Otis.
you so messy.
I didn't even do nothing.
guys, I have
Where
a
do I know
question. Can
your
I put
voice
my
from?
input in this?
Hey yo,
Can I
it's
put?
me, Panda Bear, Mister. What's up?
Okay, that's what I thought this whole time. I'm like, where the hell do I know this voice?
Yeah, it's your
Bro,
boy.
is this
It's your
another
boy.
account, bro?
Alright,
Baller.
guys, can I say my input
Man,
if you
forget
don't
all that.
mind?
This dude got one. I'm not even letting him up. We got 0 followers and 2. I
Yeah,
know it's
that's
you,
him.
buddy.
That's him. That's him.
I know it's him with a
That was
basket.
him.
This dude is bored, dog. What the freak
Hmm.
happened?
Let him join. Let's see if it's actually him. Let's see.
That's him.
No,
Oh
I
no, that's
blocked him.
Vio.
I ain't even let him up.
What up, y'all?
Was
What
good.
up,
Alright,
Was
Mike?
very
good.
good. Guys, can I tell
Hey,
you my
let me know when I
input?
can jump on these questions, man. Let me know. I don't
I
want to be
want.
rude.
I feel like I've been here
Yes,
for
yes,
too
yes.
long.
All right, so I'm gonna let Mr. Okay, we're gonna do. I guess we're gonna do all since there's more people on here. We just do one question at a time with each person.
What's up?
So, Miss,
Let me start.
so, Mr. How you feel about the first question?
So the first question, it's
Hold
more.
up, real quick. I'm gonna let Mr. P go, and then you next.
Oh, I'm sorry. Why?
Because he was here before you.
Daddy Otis.
What?
Hey,
I'm
just go ahead
asking
and
the.
let him go. He obviously wanted to get something
No,
out. Let him go.
bro.
It's all
Go,
good. I ain't
go,
upset.
bro. Go. Just go, Mister. Bro. Like Chris, relax,
You ain't
bro.
gotta worry about that.
Right.
Ain't nobody about to question me either.
Right.
What the
Right.
heck?
All
Shut
right.
up.
Well, my take on it is that if we're looking at the word fight as like strictly physical, I'm gonna say that that's gotta be reserved more for father and son, simply because that's where the males tend to go when we get into arguments. That's more our domain, is the physical realm. But if we're just gonna talk like arguments that have the potential to go to physical, or just arguments in general, I would say that mothers and daughters probably do a lot more quote unquote fighting.
Ain't no way they got these many profiles, bro.
And the reasoning is that I'm coming to is a lot of what Otis was saying, but I just come to a different conclusion, I guess. It's just that boys, they'll check, their dad, they'll do things, they'll throw out little feelers and see what gets kicked back, so they can find out where the edge is and how far they can take things.
Since you can't,
Where
that's your mama in the kitchen.
whereas from what I've seen with like guys, like with mothers and daughters, is that their arguments will span over the course of like years.
Thank you so much.
OC, never again, man.
Hey,
Never
yo, bro,
again.
that was him again?
I figure when they all three came up at the same time. What the heck
Yo,
they so fascinated with your picture, though? That's crazy.
that was hilarious. Hold
Okay,
on,
this
hold
person
on. I'm
looks
gonna make it
legit, so
bigger.
I'm gonna go ahead and
I'm
let
gonna make
them
it
up.
bigger just so they see it.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna escape me. A woman belong
Bo-
in your ass, nigga. Daddy always up here,
But
nigga,
the
up
whole
your ass, big ass
the
nigga, broke
fighting and back
ass.
and forth shit though.
No, there's no way people can be this bored. He got me this time because it was more followers than.
I'm in the house bored in the house, and I'm in the house bored. These dudes is tripping. And you know what?
Dog.
I have to say, I can assume they are freaking titty babies. They are mama's boys.
Yeah, I think
Got
them
to.
kids.
Hey, yo,
Yeah.
Cass, that's what I said. They're mama's boys. They triggered.
No, them kids. I think they just kids or
Oh,
something.
not. Hey, listen, they was on the titty until they was 10.
Mm-mm.
10 years old on the titty.
This one got me for sure. I ain't gonna lie. I was like, okay, he got more followers, and one he only following one, so got me.
That crap was funny. Hey, yo, bro, guess what?
Come on, Cass,
Okay,
man. Everybody
okay,
ain't they ain't ready for that. Watch out.
Cassie, why you mooning everybody, bro? What's wrong
You
with
gotta
you?
make sure they pay money for that. I already see what I see you over there. Yeah.
Hey,
Go ahead,
now,
keep inviting people over. I'm gonna keep blocking every last person y'all invite in
I
here.
mean, hey, yo, bro, how much you want to bet when I'm done with this live? I'm gonna have like 3 messages, and like 2 of my videos are gonna be reported.
Mm-hmm.
I put money on it.
Uh-oh.
But I mean, I would just say that the arguing between parents and children, I mean, we could split that hair a million different ways. I mean, it really comes down to all the variables that are at play here. You know, it's like I don't have to argue or fight with my kids because I explain things to them and I talk to them, and there's real life consequences for actions. You know, and those consequences aren't just negative. There's consequences for good things that you do too that go in the
This
positive
nigga
realm.
named
So,
football.
so I just think it boils down to, what kind of parents the people have. It's like if you have a dad who doesn't know how to keep himself in check and how he has mastery over himself and maintaining calmness, then the dad can be provoked to fighting the son.
Facts.
You can't expect a 17-year-old boy who's got more testosterone pumping through him than he's ever had in his life, and he's developing the prefrontal cortex of his brain, and he's trying to deal with society, and then figuring out where he fits as a man. You can't expect him to be where you are as the father mentally. You gotta help these young men realize that just because you have an urge or an emotion doesn't mean you have to react to it. So same goes with mothers to their daughters. It's if you're gonna argue and fight with your kids, you're failing them, in my opinion. So, granted, I've had to, you know, swell up a little bit and remind my son that he is the son and I'm the father, but it's never gotten to blows. And granted, he's only 13 at this point. I still got another few years to go. But like with teaching him and stuff, it's like I've had to drill into him a lot. That just because you're 13 doesn't mean you're not stronger than your mother. Doesn't mean that you don't have to be cautious with how you carry yourself in public. Because like as a man, we have a lot of strength, and we have to constantly control how we interact with things. We live in a delicate world, and so it's like I think it comes down to shitty parents willing to fight with their kids is the problem.
I agree with you, Mister. And I don't think that it's really any parents. I think that it may be that those parents are dealing with their own traumatic issues that they have held on to as children. And I can say that from personal experience. It's totally anecdotal. I was just telling them earlier, the brother that I have on my neck, he and my dad was physical blows. And the thing is my dad went through that with his father. Mind you, these are men of the cloth. They are pastors.
Mm.
The pastors are the worst.
Shut up.
That's not.
Wow.
Generations of pastors who, but again, it also had something to do with where he was raised and the time period in which he was raised. He was raised in rural Mississippi during the civil rights movement. I've shared that the church that was in the movie Mississippi Burning, my grandfather was a pastor of that church when it burned down, when KKK burned it down. So they had to have some very strict rules and very strict boundaries for safety's sake during that time. And I think my father got into a position of arrested development, and then that kind of turned into cognitive dissonance because of his trauma. Because he was just as hard as on me as he was my brothers. Like my father physically hit me one day. So like I was a boy. So the thing is I think it has a lot to do with their own unhealed wounds.
Did you deserve it?
Did I deserve to be punched like a boy?
Yeah.
No,
No,
oh,
no. Let's not say like a boy. Just like in general.
he that was a grown man punching a 15-year-old girl.
What
You
did you do?
I turned around and I said to him, why are you always on me?
Oh,
That's what I said.
I think.
I thought you hit him or something.
No,
Oh, that's crazy.
I would never hit. I was too fearful of. I'm too fearful of my dad. I would never do that.
But see, boys. Well,
But I attribute that to his unhealed wounds. Seriously.
would you
Mm.
say the same thing if he did that to his son?
Yes, because I believe that unless my brother swelled up to him and he had to be taught that lesson, that's a different thing. I feel like that's a different thing. I believe that fathers and sons at some point may go through that phase, as Mister was just saying. However, if it's because your son gave you a look you didn't like, or he moved too slow, and these were some of the reasons why my dad would do that. No, I don't. I think it would be wrong either way because I
You
believe,
said punch right now.
yes,
Oh yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. I don't think no
yes,
parent should punch their child in the face.
it's
That's crazy.
wow.
I
I'm
mean,
talking about right here. Yeah, and of course now, we have a great relationship. He went through counseling and things of that, and those are some of the things that he worked out through counseling. He was the only black boy in his high school. He integrated his high school. He was the only black boy for 4 years. There were so many. If y'all only knew the traumatic things he went through in Mississippi in 1960, it was bad. But that's still no excuse for you to um put that off on your children. You need to heal first.
Yeah, I
hmm.
mean, I would second what you said with this idea, and this idea might come across a little bit weird for some people, but when you're raising your kids, you do all kinds of things for your children, and they don't necessarily understand or know the length that you have to go through to do things. And we do the things that we do, and I'm just going to speak from my perspective. So this isn't a generally, this isn't an everybody, this is a me. And I'm someone that I've had to control. I've had to work on controlling my anger. I've had to work on controlling my instant reactions, um, just in general because of my own upbringing. But when I look at my children and I think about how I want to interact with them, I think about making sure that I give to them what is owed to them by me. They didn't ask to be here.
Right.
So I created them. That was something my wife and I figured out. It was an arrangement her and I made. And because they're here and they're doing something, I'm not going to blow up and go crazy because my offspring made a mistake or made a judgment error or has a wrong idea about something. And just because I was treated with pain being the ultimate teacher, I didn't feel that that was what I was owed in life when I grew up. And I really felt that my children weren't owed that either. What I do owe them is being mature, being able to step outside my own shoes and look at the greater picture so that I can illuminate what's around them for them to see. So it boils down to, the parent, like always get back to is, what are
What's
you
the deal,
giving to
buddy?
your child? Are you giving them what they're owed because of the effort you put in to make them, or are you giving them what you were given as a child, whether you agree with it or not? I decided to break the cycle and go a different route, because I just didn't like where physical lessons for everything put me. So I just wanted to back it up with everybody has suffering in life. Some people's is greater than others. But my past suffering does not determine the quality of
Good looks,
life
buddy.
that my children will get out of me.
I feel like,
Plain and simple.
nah, that's, I mean, very well said. I feel like, um,
Thank you for gifts, everybody. That
Did he just do the
any gifts for me
Lil
just go
Wayne?
right back to other creators. So thank you, I appreciate it.
so, I mean, so I feel like, yo, this world is hard, bro. And if your kids don't know how to take a punch, and I'm using a punch as a figurative thing. I'm not using as you're screaming at your phone. I can't hear you. What?
Uh-oh. She doing the eyes on you. Watch out.
So yeah. So I feel like if they can't,
Dang, I missed
I'm saying it's like I don't know, cause yo, it's a cold world. You know what I'm saying? It's a cold world. Now. I don't care if you shake your head. Listen to what I'm saying. So when I was younger, my my older brother, I think he's like in his late 40s now. He used to speak to me in certain ways, and yeah, he used to like. I mean, I'm gonna be punched me in my chest a few times. I mean something like that. And like looking back on it now, I'm like, yo, I was super soft. Now, when I was younger, I was soft. You know, what I mean? I was softer than everybody else, right? Always emotional, whatever, whatever. So like back then, I didn't get it. Like I didn't get his style of trying to teach me how to um, like be tougher, whatever, whatever. But I get it now. Now, I mean, I understand it, and sometimes you have to do that. Like you have to be. Now, I'm not saying it should never be in an abusive manner, like at all. There should always be a lesson behind whatever it is, or however you plan to do that. Yeah, I'm saying. But yeah, like some people need that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna hold you. Some people need that. Now for me, right? I don't have no actual physical kids that I know of, but I've raised two. I've raised two children, and I do understand how it was from the beginning of how I used to act, and then like from when they were getting older. Yeah, I do regret. I mean, saying and doing a few things. I'm saying stuff like that, but I didn't know how to raise children. But um, I'm still sticking to the fact that yes, on certain occasions, yes, you probably gotta put your fist in their chest real quick. You know what I'm saying? Let them know like yo, like what it feel like to gasp for air. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, of course
I mean,
that's all
yeah,
figurative.
but
Hold
it's
on,
measured
wait.
responses is all I'm getting at.
I know, wait, hold on, but that's all. I mean, that's all figurative. But I'm saying sometimes it's okay. You know what I'm saying? Just so they can understand like what's good. Cause life is not gonna teach them that shit. Life ain't gonna teach them that. Like they're gonna learn it then. You have one time to do that. And after that one time, yo, it's up to life to teach them. So who you gonna pick? You or life? I'm gonna pick
Well,
you.
I'm trying to pick me, man. I'm trying to give my kids every bit of information that I feel they need. I mean, honestly, sometimes sometimes that requires some physical touch. Sometimes that requires mental stimulation. I'm just about measured responses. You know, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna go fly off the handle because my kid spilt some milk. It ain't gonna unspill it. What I am gonna do is get them to realize you need to be aware what the hell you're freaking doing. This shit costs money. You can't be flailing around being a crazy little kid. You know, the damn thing weighs 8 pounds. You got to hold it with one hand. You got to balance. You got to pay attention to what you're doing. Beating them ain't gonna do nothing except tell them, don't go near the fridge. Don't touch the milk. Dad's gonna
Never,
flip the fuck out.
never said
Like,
beating. Never said
you
beating.
know, I'm just
Yeah,
saying measured responses is the only thing I'm trying to put out. I'm not saying
so
don't.
and it
I'm not
creates,
saying let your kids walk all over you.
Mister, but it also thereby creates a sense of fear that is not respect.
Mm.
It's literal fear. And the thing is like fear and respect are not equal. That they are not. And for me, when that happened to me at 15 years old, when I tell you the anger, the resentment that I had toward him, and I carried that till I was 35 years old. And that caused trauma in my own life, which then thereby me being unhealed, it caused trauma in my children's life because I many times I could be very cold and very just very I, I can't even think of the word, but very cold and harsh and not really in my action, not in what I would do to them, but in my response. Like I wouldn't say, like my daughter would fall down and hurt her knee or something, and I'd be like, I mean, just get up. And
Right.
that's horrible though. And
How?
I had to check myself because no, that was not right. It made me stoic. That's the word I was thinking about. It made me really stoic. And I had to check myself because
Listen.
hold on. I
Go
had
ahead.
to check myself because I didn't want to be the type of mother that my father was to me as a father. I didn't want to do that. Go ahead, OC.
I see what you're saying. Um, I see what you're saying. It's kind of like okay, so I started taking care of my nephew before I even started. No, my niece wasn't even born yet. Um, and so yeah, so I started taking care of him first, and like I didn't realize the difference until she was born, and then I started watching her, and then I noticed how I treated him and how I treated her, and I had to sit down like, and this was years after. Like I had to sit down and be like, wait, what? Hold on. I just told him XYZ and I didn't sugarcoat this shit at all. Just so he could understand it. But with her, like, my little baby, it's okay. It's alright. It's okay. Just listen, just be careful. And then when I realized that, I threw all that shit out the window. And I was like, yo, I mean, because I started to realize that she was noticing this, and I was like, "Yo, look." I had a conversation with her in front of him. I was like, "Yo, look, see, see how I treat blah blah blah. I'm gonna treat you the same way." She's like, "Why? I'm a girl." I was like, "No, because of see you saying why? Because you're a girl, just for that reason. No, that's crazy. because I had to understand that, yo, just because she is a girl and my niece, whatever, the way that I treat her is gonna hurt her in the future more than it's gonna help. You know what I'm saying? Because she's gonna grow up thinking that everything is sweet. That shit is sweet and it's not.
And that's something I spoke about earlier, about the little how fathers or father figures do girls, and then they put them on a pedestal,
Yep.
and then it thereby creates we see now in women.
Mm-hmm.
Believe, I don't have to have my stuff together, but as long as you have your stuff together, you should be taken care of, because that's what fathers tend to do. Now, in
Right.
my case, that didn't happen because I had an older sister. So, OC, this is the I guess the other side of it. He did that to me and always treated me like one of the boys. He did not do that to my sister, who is 11 months older than me.
Mm-hmm.
She was treated like the pedestal princess.
Mm.
Why is that? She prettier?
Probably not. She was the firstborn.
Were you a troublemaker?
Yeah, nah, I mean, I get that. I definitely get that.
Well, what's
I
the
mean,
reason? I don't get it.
shut up, shut up.
Why?
It's a dynamic.
It's a dynamic. It has nothing to do. Matter of fact, I've been although she's the oldest, I've been the one to lead in everything. I got my doctorate, I got my master's, I did all these great things. I got married first. But the thing is, it's just the simplicity of the dynamic. I was a mama's girl, she was her daddy's girl.
Mm-hmm.
But my parents, as y'all may have saw on my page, my parents have been married 47 years. But again, our dynamic changed when I turned 35 because
Wait, hold on. Hey, yo, Utopia, mute your mic, bro.
Okay, that's not me making all that noise, but
Mute
okay.
your mic.
I said.
Hurry up. Thank you.
Anyway, so basically, that dynamic in itself was really weird for me, and it caused dissension. And it caused dissension between my sister and I. And we fixed it once we were older, and she talked about it. We literally had a conversation about the various ways that we were treated, and she apologized, and I was like, no, it wasn't your fault. But during certain times when she knew, like your niece figured it out, OC, when she figured it out, though, she played on it a lot.
Yep. And see, that's it. See, I was aware enough to realize, because I saw when she started playing on it, because she would do things and then run to me thinking that I would be her savior, knowing damn well that she started whatever she started. I'm like, nah, we not doing this. We are not doing this.
Dang, kid, whatever you eat must be good,
I'm
man.
saying, he's smacking.
Eating.
That man smacking.
That's why it's so important for the
Cashews.
parents to not pick favorites, and you have to raise them not the same, but fair. It has to be fair.
It's not about picking favorites though, because of course they don't blatantly come out and say, "Hey, you're my favorite. You're my favorite."
It's just in the you are absolutely. I agree with you. I have 4 children, 2 daughters, a son, and then another daughter, and different. And if you ask them, they will all tell you that they are my favorite. Each of them, they swear up and down that each one will swear that they are my favorite, because I parented my children. I didn't blanket parent them. I parented them for who I saw them as. I don't condemn them. My oldest daughter was a virgin until she got married. My second daughter, not so much. She is who she is, and I am proud that she knows who she is, and she goes after what she wants. She's a go-getter. My son, he's all boy. He's very humble, and if you push him, you're gonna see the man come out of him. However, he's very humble and respectful. And then my baby daughter, she is, Lord, God has a sense of humor. Jesus, God has a sense of humor, y'all.
It always be the babies, don't it?
And let me tell you, she's brilliant. She's 5'10". She's taller than everybody except for my son. But she is so hard. Like, she's a girly girl, but she got the tomboy side of me too.
Now, maybe you talking about your daughter?
The baby daughter.
Oh,
Did you
Yeah.
baby the baby?
Huh?
Did you baby the baby?
No, I didn't baby the baby.
Okay, I was trying to make sure.
My
Because usually that
children.
happens. A
No,
lot of parents do
no,
that.
no. Because okay, so my oldest daughter and my youngest daughter are 10 years apart.
Mm,
So she was like her baby. You know what I'm saying? So
hmm
if she did things, she would come get her if I was gonna tap her hand or something.
mm,
Yeah, so they rescued her. So she's spoiled by everybody because she is the baby.
mm.
mm.
And she knows it. And she plays on it.
That's negative in their benefits.
Can you explain, please? I'm a little confused as to how each of your children all feel like they're the favorite
Jane.
apart from all the rest.
You say what?
So, shouldn't all your children feel like that there are no favorites? Like, how do they all each individually feel like they are the favorite as opposed to the other siblings?
That
No,
that unintentionally happens. That's with
it
everybody.
it unintentionally happened because I never made a distinction. What I did is I parented them for the person that they are. And many times parents miss that, but my mother did that. And you see it literally. The same dynamic that I see with my children, I see with my siblings as well. Because my mother noticed who we were and didn't try to create an image of who we were, that they wanted us to be. And sometimes we as parents, we try to parent kids based on things we want to see and live vicariously through them. My parents didn't do that.
Right. So what I don't understand is, shouldn't your kids see your awesome parenting efforts for all of their siblings as well?
They do, but that doesn't mean that they don't think that they are the most important, because each one of them are the most important when they need to be the most important.
Right.
It's based on when they need me, and I'm there, and I'm attending to them based on who they are. It's not predicated on the other siblings. It's
Right.
predicated on who they are. So I can't really tell them. I actually think it's a beautiful thing, because they all feel that I equally approach them the way that they should be approached as
Exactly. Equal.
individuals.
No
Yeah.
favorites. All the favorites.
Even that, right? I think
Even
everything in the world, right? It just be like that, especially when it come to multiple. It's gonna be. It just it's something that happens. That's no different from when a guy have a bunch of wives. He's still gonna have It's not like he picky, but it's just something that he probably relate with. Someone he relate with, or he have a that he like more of than the other. It just be like that. You don't never. I don't think nobody in life you just gonna like evenly. It just don't happen like that. It's gonna be something about each character that you like more special. It just be like that. That's
I
literally like that.
agree. I agree. You're deep seated, gonna like connect to maybe one of your kids more than the others, but you should always, like the woman said, whoever needs your parenting, they're gonna get it, and
Of
they're
course,
all going
of
to
course.
feel like they're treated
I
equally.
don't think a parent gonna make it so obvious that they want it to be. It don't be like that. It's
Someday.
just human nature. That's just what that is.
You know, there are some kids that they're easier to teach.
Is
They
that Tarzan?
faster, and there are some that they really make you work a little bit harder, you know, and
Right.
to understand the difference, that they're all unique, you know, and it's part of to be a parent, you know. That's part of the job, you know. It's like it's that simple. There is some of my kids that, I just tell them, hey, if you're gonna touch that stove and it's on, it's gonna burn. Some they're gonna say okay and just don't touch it, and some they need to feel the burning. It's that simple, you know.
Let them feel the burning.
Well, yes, it's like, but remember also this. Children are a piece of our heart, and it's natural that you want to protect them. And to be wise enough to know the difference and to be there still with a band-aid in case, to help them lift them up after the feeling of the burning. I mean, it's painful to watch, but it's part of the process, and I understand because I had it both way.
Now I get it. I mean, at the end of the day, you still fuck them kids, right, Kev?
Said what, man? You over here messing with me? I'm gonna eat my nuts.
Nah, I said still at the end of the day, it's still fuck them kids, right, Kev?
I ain't about to say that, man.
I don't know if anybody ever experienced, but I had,
Amiga.
it's like there are some kids that they wire you to death. It's like, well, I think that
That
you
was
should
me.
do that. Why? Because that's not right. Yeah, but why? So it's like
Kids are
why?
curious.
And then I used to have one. Is like, can I do that? No, and he will literally, can I do that? And at one point, it was like, go out and do it, just to get him out of the head, or either you're cooking or something. And I know that I wasn't doing my job, but sometimes
Yeah,
you
that's lazy.
just,
That's
it's
lazy
hard
parenting.
to stick to your weapon, especially when you're multitasking or something, and you let them get away. And I had to learn to tough it out, or
You know,
sometimes when you're a
Miss
single parent, you don't have the back out, you need to do the mother and the father, so there are different situations, and
Miss,
to
I have a
understand.
solution for that. Easy solution.
Hold on one
Well,
second.
how many kids you
Excuse
raise?
me. Excuse me, Kevin. Can I give a public service announcement? If you all would, there are 12 people in the chat. If you all would, please tap up the screen. Can we get to 10K, please? Go ahead and continue to talk, type your comments in the chat, join into the conversation. It's a great conversation. The questions are absolutely molded for a superb dialogue. It's been a great conversation thus far, but please tap the screen. Let's get us on that FYP. And if you are welcome and gifts, I believe he has a goal up top. So if you please tap into that. It's the little fires. It's only worth 5 coins. If you could do that, that'd be awesome. Appreciate it.
I'm not sending nothing.
Tiziana, do you mind if
Now
I
I'm about to bring them dudes back.
suggest a little recommendation in that type of situation?
Sure.
Okay, so if you give your child who's asking why a fair and reasonable explanation, they'll stop asking.
Yeah, yeah. But watch this. Watch this. There are some why that they're not age appropriate. You know what I mean? Or it's like when you raise boys and you really limit it. Like there's so much you can share. Sometimes I wish that I had the male figure. And it's like, but you know what, I'm not here to complain. Sometimes we really don't have the answer,
I feel
and
like
looking back.
I feel like that question that you gave, it sounded very I don't have children kind of thing. Because even if you say what you gotta say, it's still why. That why is always gonna be there.
Thanks.
Mother,
when they don't know something and don't understand.
No.
It's our job to
Have you raised
inform
a
them.
child before?
Well,
I
I've been a
didn't have a
child before.
child of my own, no, but I have
That's
been very
weird.
involved.
No, you haven't raised a child?
Do I have a right to a child?
No, have you raised a child?
I've helped raise a child, yes, my niece, very closely.
I'm on to be honest, and as a single mother of 4, because of divorce, I there for some children, and I can tell you this, my second child and my last child, there is always a barrage of whys, but what I don't do is I never cease to give them an answer. And if I don't have the answer, I'll tell them, hey, I don't really know how to answer that right now, but you know what? I'll get back to you. You know why? Because I want them to continue to come to me to ask those questions instead of going to someone outside who may not have their best interest at heart. Honestly.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I've done. And sometimes for instance, if it's a question that my son asked, I'm going to his circle of men. There are 6 men that I strategically placed around my son so that he had men that he could go to ask those why questions. Because sometimes, think about it, teenage boys do not want to come to their mom and ask certain things. So we as single parents have to do them service by injecting people in their lives that are going to help build them up in ways that we cannot.
Yeah, and you know what the worst response to the question why is? Because I said so.
Yeah.
That's usually because when a parent don't have an answer or they know that their child ain't gonna understand it, that's why they would probably say something like that.
Yeah, I can see that, but a lot of times it's based on ignorance. It's based on
Okay, I
just
get you
like,
on that. Okay.
yeah, it's based on like, yo, yeah, because most parents they're never gonna be able to see their children as grown adults. You know what I mean?
Right. To this day.
Or they're never gonna be able to see their children as free thinkers outside of them. So it's like, yo, because I said to do this, because I said this is the way it's supposed to be. Don't question me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of people like that.
Yeah, I feel you.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm gonna tell you more. It's like at one point I had to learn to just cut off the cable because children are exposed to situation and things that they're not age appropriate. And sometimes it's like you're at work and you think that if you have cable and after they do the homework, they're exposed to stuff that you had no control. So I had to nip it before it even started because there are some why that I could answer, but I know that it wasn't the right age. But you know what, they were exposed. My answer was really to cut off the cables and just, limited their time. And if we watch a movie, we watch it together because I want to see what they're exposed. And I was fortunate, but it's like you need to have time, and in today's society you just have to be outside the home just to make the home going. So there are so many situations. I would not blame it to I don't love any of my children any less, but sometimes you are between a rock and a hard place.
And I agree with what you've done. So let me ask y'all. I'm going to be your son. Mom, why can't I watch TV? Why can't I watch these programs?
Because I said so, little motherfucker.
Tiziana, how would you respond to that to your son?
Because it's not age appropriate. That's it.
But why?
Oh, why? You see?
Okay. So when he asked that other why, sweetheart, there are certain things that I want to protect you from right now. And when you become older, we can sit down and have that conversation. But I can tell you this, if you have a particular question about it, that is age appropriate, I'll have that conversation with you. So what is your question? Now I leave it for an open-ended question where he has to give me a response.
So I know I'm not old enough, but
TikTok.
Nice. You know she been doing some motherly things.
what is it exactly that I'm not able to be exposed to? What are you hiding from me? Why? Why can't I see?
Come on, ain't no kid gonna be doing that much. You're doing too much, no?
Utopian, you missed my point.
What are you hiding from me?
Utopian, you missed my point because I then asked a question. Yep. And then I am now making them reason to their level of reasoning. And if they can't tell me, then now I have them stumped.
Right. But my question was, what is it that you are not able to tell me?
No, but you need to answer my question.
You have to answer the question for you.
You gotta answer my question.
Okay. So let's say we have to go to a specific like situation then. How about Baywatch? Do you remember Baywatch? Or okay, well something else. A rated R program.
Watching no Baywatch.
How about a rated R program? Okay, why can't I watch this rated R movie?
And how old is my son?
Let's say he's 10.
Okay.
You're not old enough. That's it.
So I asked you the question, what is it about this show that you believe you want to see? What is it?
I want to see Michael Myers. I want to see Michael Myers go around and unalive people.
Okay. So number one, sweetheart, seeing someone go and murk someone, and I'm saying that for these purposes, is not a positive thing that I want or believe is going to be helpful for you, but we can talk about it if you want to talk about it. However, you watching it, I want you to be able to protect your ear gates and your eye gates, because those go into your imagination. And because it goes into your imagination, it then thereby becomes things that you think about. And this is then begins a real deep conversation. And as a 10-year-old, when I begin to speak to you like that, you realize that it may be a little out of your mental capacity.
But at least I understand.
Yes, but now you understand, right?
Why I can't watch it. Okay.
I have a good one. Doctor.
She is good.
See?
I have a good one. Because this is
I know who I'm giving my kids to real quick.
Yeah.
That ain't sound right. I thought about it.
Can I go? One time my daughter go, can I go out of town with my girlfriend and her boyfriend? And she was 16. And I said, absolutely not. It was overnight, right? And this was like her favorite. But her mother let her.
And you know what I would say to that? So is it that you want to go with your friend and her boyfriend if you are going to be a third wheel? You don't want them to be able to have time alone together?
Want me to go. They really want me to go. I want to go.
Okay. So if you now, I don't have a problem with you going, but there are some parameters that I would need to see in order for you to go. Number one, is there going to be an adult chaperone, because none of you are of legal age to be adults. So is there a chaperone? Is there going to be another adult there with you guys? Because I want to make sure that you're safe.
No.
Come on,
we can do it. It's fine. We're not going to be. Nothing's going to hurt us.
I'll be right back.
So you can't predict what can or cannot happen, and so as a precautionary measure, as a parent, It is my responsibility to make sure that you are always safe. So if I can't touch you physically and something happens, I want to know that whoever you are with can take my place and take care of you and be there to support you if you need them there to support you. So I want to make sure that there is an adult there, someone that is over the age of 21, who is able to give me that comfort in knowing that you will be okay, and your friends, because they're also young. And I'm sure her mother feels the same way.
Mhm.
As a matter of fact, why don't you give me her mother's number so that we can have a conversation about it?
Okay, never mind. I just won't go. I understand.
Oh man, hey, let me tell you, having girls will teach you, Utopian. And my girls are brilliant. And I got those questions.
And you,
I didn't hear you.
I said answers.
Oh, you keep going in and out. Let me mute.
And you have answers. You have answers.
And Utopian, I believe it's important that we do have answers, because the thing is again, if we don't give them answers, they're going to go seek those answers, and the people that they may seek them from may not give a darn about them. You know what I'm saying? So we have to be able to at least try to meet them where they are. And that is the most important thing, because we are not raising children. We are raising young people who will one day become adults. And that's how we as parents have to see it. We are not raising babies, and we are not raising people that we want to move or be us vicariously. No, you want them to be the unique individual that they were created to be. So you have to meet them where they are. I was also one of those kids that asked all the questions. And my mom always had an answer, and the answers usually satisfied me. And sometimes she would send me to go do research about something to come back to tell her.
World would be a better place.
Your mic, your mic is going in and out.
You know, this is beautiful to watch because it's almost like life is a journey, right? And the truth is that we evolve on the daily, and to recognize that in a way we're just the result of our life experience, which to me it's transformed, where all that some way traumatized children that either we choose to heal, and from that pain, go through it and become better self, and so we can be the reflection that we want to see in society, and rather than push it up the rugs and keep on transferring the trauma over generation and generation. So I applaud you, beautiful lady, for choosing education and healing. I'm so glad to see that we're having this conversation. Thankfully, my 5 children, they are not adults, and they are productive member of society. With some we talk, with some we don't. But I want to just say, even for people my age, with adult kids, if we choose healing, you know, hopefully, it's like even the ones that they don't talk to me, my door is open. And sometimes, even when I make my apologies, I ask for forgiveness, we need to accept. I see a lot of parents going outside and be angry to their kids just because they don't talk to them, and they act as worse as the adult children, and I don't like that. We really have to look within ourselves, then go on retaliation or even creating more trauma. And when I hear this conversation, really, they make me happy because this is how we're going to change our reality. That's all I have to say. Thank you for letting me talk.
Thank you. I have a question for the doctor, if that's okay.
Oh, she's not an actual doctor.
I actually, doctor, what are you talking about?
So my question is, keeping in mind that we're all individuals and we make our own choices in life. I want to ask you, how much of an impact or how responsible is the parent's job for the success of their children in your mind?
I believe that when two individuals decide to lay down and procreate, they take on a responsibility together, whether they do it together or individually. It is their responsibility because no child asked to be here. No child made the decision to be in this crazy world. So I believe that it is the parents. It's fully their responsibility. But the smart thing is if they're smart, then they will adopt and pull in others that can help them as a village so that they are not doing it alone. And for me, that was my saving grace because I have a village around my children. So I believe that parents are 100% responsible for making sure their children are set up in a way that they can move out and go out and obtain some form of success in their life. And success to everybody is very different. One could be they grew up in total poverty, maybe in homelessness, but this child goes out and they're able to go to school. They're able to go and get a productive career, and they're able to go back and help bring maybe their siblings or their mother out of that situation. And I can tell you that because that happened to my daughter's husband. So I believe that it's 100% the parents, and whether one parent leaves or stays, it's still that other parent's responsibility to make sure you do everything within your power. And if you don't have enough, you reach out to others to help. And when others offer their help, you can't really tell them how to help, because sometimes we as parents have blind spots and others can see things that we can't. So when some of the men that I put around my son would get harsh with him and and talk to him rough, I stepped back because I knew I could never do that to him and it had the same effect that it had. Did that answer your question, Utopian? Thank you.
Yes, perfectly,
You
and
know,
that's a perfect answer. I have an extension question now, real quick, if you don't mind. What would be your advice to these children who their parents have failed them and they didn't build that community for them? What would you say to those children?
Okay. So are these children now adults?
Let's say their teenage years, maybe 14, 15, 16, right around there.
Oh, the age I taught for 20 years. Okay. So, tap, please, guys. Can we tap the screen? Let's get to 15K. That is our next goal. Thank you for everyone who has gifted. It is greatly appreciated. You don't have to do it. You don't have to be here. Thank you for choosing Laugh or Learn Kev's platform today. We truly appreciate it. Tap that screen though and share. If we can get all 14 people to share one more time, that would be absolutely amazing. Okay, so being in the classroom of high schoolers and collegiate students, so that's a pretty broad age. I get from 14 all the way up to 25. I would tell them, so I've had students that come to me and they would ask me things, very, very intimate things. Sometimes I would always say, please don't tell me anything that I have to report, because if you tell me something I have to report, I have to report it. But in many of those situations, they are telling me about their circumstances. Oh, you know, man, me and my mom had it out to this morning. Mr. Right, I'm not having a great day. And you know what I would do? I would pull them over closer to me and get them away from everybody else, just so they wouldn't be triggered by something that someone may do. And I would have conversation with them. So tell me about what took place. And then I would give them honest advice. You tell me what you said, tell me what they said. And many times they're very honest. And I would share with them, hey, you know, you could have done this in a better way. And I would say, you know, as a parent, you know, sometimes, you know, we may not say things in an appropriate way. I think it could have been stated differently. However, you can't control how a person says something, but you can think about what they say, try to put yourself in their shoes, and then you respond and not react. And sometimes the best response is silence. So that would be some advice that I would give them.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you took that community role that you were talking about and giving them that light of hope that they didn't get from their parents, and to give them the encouragement or the confidence to be able to handle life even if their parents weren't really there for them.
Hi there, Mirror. You joined us. Thank you so much for joining. Do you have anything to add to the questions?
Well,
Brother
I don't
Mirror in the
really.
building.
What's good? What's good, bro? What's good?
What's the deal, man?
You know you're gonna leave me in there in that mess yesterday.
What happened?
Oh, they were still going at it. They was going
You
at
said
it
a
for a
mess
minute.
yesterday. Dang, I'm trying to think.
Talking about
When
the
I was in
10, the 10. Yeah. Man, they went when you left out of it, they went right back to it.
Yeah,
They
they was
never let
mad.
up
You
off
know,
of it. Yeah.
you know, I got to stir the pot.
And they were still
I be
talking about
tired
you
of
when
these
you
fake
left.
tens and stuff, man. Keep calling themselves tens and call themselves confident. Like, people's name says a lot about them. That's one thing I
Yeah,
know. That's why I
that's who
say I
was.
just
I
take
wasn't
time
gonna
to.
say it, but that's who was still talking about you. I wasn't gonna
Yeah, I
say it, but
saw a
Oh, that
little
shit. I
bit.
know she probably was tearing me out the firm. I already know. But
Hey, but I
shoot,
saw
I
a
like
little bit of
exposing
that.
stuff.
What happened?
Why you
What
always
happened?
like to start the pot? You know, we stir the
he
pot.
just told the truth, and
No,
of course
Just
he
Miguel,
knew
told the
I was in the
truth. It
room,
just
and he
happened to
already
be
know.
to
right.
stir in
You
the pot.
can
And he
handle the
already know I was
truth.
in the room, and he already know what I was doing, and I was kind of starting it, and he just kind of he always do
Now,
that.
who was
we
crying
kind of
about?
But
feed
I
off
would
each
like
other.
Who
to
was?
add
Who
something
was
on
crying
that
about being a
subject.
10 and not being a 10?
I would like
Well,
to
what?
add something on that subject.
Who? No, but
Because
who was crying
one
about being a
thing that
10?
I noticed,
Oh
coming
my
from
God,
another
Hold on,
country,
hold on,
both
hold
of
on, let her.
you.
Hold on. I'll tell you the second.
when I came in this country, I noticed that there was a big shifting. Like the way I was raised, it was in a society that first it become character, success in the way that I was surrounded. It was led by character. When I moved in this society, success it was measured by um, financial gain, you know. And now what I see a big shifting over here that is no longer capitalistic success is going back to character, and that really make me happy because you know it's a true happiness is not based in how much wealth you can create in the bank. To me, it's like true success is to be happy and project that happiness to your surrounding. Although, yes, you want to make sure that you have shelter and you have food, but it's not the driving force, the bank account, which is a big difference. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, what?
You
And
threw me all the way up. I thought you was talking about the tens and stuff. You threw me off.
that's what I was
But,
talking about. She went. I got what she was saying. She kind of went off, but talking about how basically what she was saying was how
you know,
people.
I,
Yeah.
I got a 6-second attention span, man. You can't be doing that, man. You gotta.
Okay, but no, but back because my man wanted to know too. So, and I didn't mean to cut. So what happened was, the host said, you know, and she's a beautiful woman. She said that she rated herself about a 6.
Right.
Man, the room went nuts.
Who rated themselves a 6?
T.
The host of, yeah.
Okay.
And so when she rated herself a 6, well, I'm a 21 and you a 10. Don't call yourself a 6. You a 10. You should be a 10, girl. I don't care what. And so then, of course, you know, Kevin does his thing. And the host kind of just took it and ran with it. She was looking for that, and it just opened up the door because he just flat out, you know, both of them chimed in together, almost, you know, like saying that if you call yourself a 10 or above, and then you argue with people about it, that says something that's a lack of confidence. You ain't as confident as you say you are.
Right.
Exactly.
And it just lit up the room after that. Yeah.
They wanted
And
me
then
to go to bed.
he gonna jump out the box. He gonna jump out the box after he set the fire.
Hey, yo, Kev.
Before I want to rate myself, I want to know how good your vision is.
Hey, yo, Kev. Hey, Kev, you know I would have ate, bro. You know, why didn't you share it with me, bro? You know I would have ate it.
I was literally about to go to bed. I was out of
Yeah,
that.
he just
But I
popped
did
in.
see
He
you
just
popping in
popped
at the
in.
last second though, because I know me and you were just in that in Mark room and stuff though. You was like, what happened in there? I was like, yeah, I'm in here.
No, I gotta get ready. I gotta get ready to go to Austin.
Okay.
But thank you guys so much. I appreciate being a part of this conversation. Thank you all for being so civil. Civil discourse is the only way that we're going to shift and change the trajectory of our society. So thank you all so much. I appreciate it, and much love to you guys.
Thank you,
Oh yeah,
doctor.
for
Yes,
sure,
Drive
thank
for
you.
safe,
sure, man.
doctor.
Yep.
Appreciate you.
Drive safe, doctor.
Thank you.
Hey, y'all gonna see me a lot now, man. I'm gonna have a lot of time, man. Just know
Hey, yo,
I'm about to
Mirror.
be off for like some months, a couple
Mirror.
months.
I'm about to
Oh,
follow
okay.
you, bro. Like, if you in a live like that, send it to me, bro. I thrive in there, man.
Yeah, it was.
You
That's not
know I
my
do that
normal.
in
That was
every
actually.
live though, so it can
Yeah,
always turn their way any.
yeah. That was only like my second time going in her live. That was my. You know, I'd never been over. I think I followed like
Yeah, that's one of
Clapback or
my. She one of
Jayville or
my
somebody
mutuals and
over
stuff.
there.
I always go over there.
Yeah, yeah.
I just
So
don't
then
go over there when she do that other stuff though. But when she's on that logical stuff, I love when I hear her talk over there.
Oh yeah,
But
she
that
went
other
out.
stuff
She
they be
was
doing,
cooking.
I'm good on the other stuff. Yeah.
Oh yeah, she was cooking. She was cooking so tough they didn't even know how to argue back with her. They was mad though. But then, was you in there when she got on old girl about her? They was talking about she was the one she had to drop.
No, I didn't see that.
Now, me
Oh
talking about the
man,
girl with the pink
I
picture.
never seen. Yeah, I never seen her. I just knew that she came in there and she got triggered and she kept going at it with
You talking about?
Ty, and Ty dropped her and she was going at it with her in the comments and she was like, matter of fact, I think you was still in there because she was saying I could tell that you ain't the 10 that you say you are because if you was a 10 you wouldn't keep being triggered and you off in the comments going off. She was going
Now,
out. She
but
was
hey, yo,
mad.
listen, but let's be honest about it, bro. None of these bitches are 10s, bro.
Ain't nobody a 10 but
Facts.
Jesus.
I can't speak on that.
But I'm saying to say you a 10 mean you are perfect.
Right.
You ain't got no flaw. And stay within the scale that we working in. Well, I'm 100. I'm a 21. That just dropped you 5 points.
Nah,
So you
bro, that
automatic.
dropped you
So
5,000
if you
points.
so if you was a matter of fact that dropped you to you a negative whatever you just
Nah,
said you was.
facts. Now,
Hey, Lad.
here's the crazy thing, bro.
What's the deal?
Here's the crazy thing, bro.
I
I
want to
remember
tell you
one
something.
time.
I know what y'all
I
talking
had a
about.
live. I had a live, and there was a bunch of women in there.
What's up, confident?
I
Hey,
think
why you
Kev.
invite me over here?
I
You
think
know,
Kev
Lad
was in
was
there.
irritated with me from last night.
So when all these people was in there, I stated this one question. I said, "Yo, what do y'all ladies rate yourselves like from one
Lad,
to
that's a
10?"
gray streak in your hair in the front.
Everybody,
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, everybody said, "Yo, I'm a 9, I'm a 10, da da da." I was like, "No, you are not a 10. That's a fact. You are definitely not." Everybody started cursing, turning their cameras on. I was like, "But why are you mad though?"
What the freak?
Why you mad? If you a 10, why you getting so mad? That's because you ain't confident. You not
I
really a
don't
10.
understand it. I don't
You know what I'm
understand it
saying?
because it's
I
like,
mean, that was
why
my
can't you
whole
have some
point. That was really
humility?
my
So
whole
Yeah,
can
point
I?
it's like
last
you
You
don't
night.
have.
did.
That's
You know what part you guys missed last night? So you guys, everybody sticks to the number. So T and I've done that before. So you guys hear the number, right? First of all, I'd never put myself in a box. There's no scale. So that in the box thinking, it's never been me. So I would never
Yeah.
gauge myself from a 1 to 10, right? That's one. But I also said I'm a 15 with flaws. And people
Yeah, I did hear you
tend
say that. I
to,
do remember
and I
saying,
said
yeah,
it over and over again, but people were
yeah, you did.
so, people are so, and I'm not talking about you guys, but I'm saying people
Yeah.
hear she rated herself a 10, she rated herself better than a 10, but they
Oh, you
don't
talking about in the
listen to
comments?
everything.
Right.
Yeah, well, you see what
Right.
I'm saying? So they don't listen to the whole thing. I never said that I was flawless. I never said that I was perfect. What I said is I'm a 15 with flaws, right?
You
And I'm
did say that.
striving to
Yep.
be a 20. So there's a whole lot, but nobody ever asked any questions about that until Juice
I think
came up.
because old
You
girl, but I think that's because old girl it took over the conversation, the one that got triggered. She had basically took it
probably
over
so.
the, or was trying to
Asia,
take
I
over the
really don't
conversation
understand
anyway.
what that means. What's a
I would
15?
never,
Like, I don't get that.
never rate myself on a scale of 1 to 10. I'm not an in the box thinker. I've always thought outside of the
me
box. I've
different. I feel
never
you.
been limited. I would
Yeah.
never allow
What
anybody to
does
place
You
what does
so you
limitations.
15
just
with
ain't
I
gonna
would
flaws
never
cooperate
mean?
with
allow
that.
What does that mean?
I would never allow it means whatever you want it to mean, but I would never allow anybody to place me in a box of 1 to 10. When I know now how you see me doesn't matter to me. If you see me as a 5 or you see me as a 2, you see me as a 10, that's you. That's your vision. I'm going to
Let me
answer the
take a
question
look.
based on
We
what
gonna no, we gonna have to
I
test
don't
that
have any
out
I don't
one
have
day.
Oh,
pictures posted, but I mean I don't mind
No, we
you
gonna have
seeing
to
me,
test
but
that out
not
one
at this
day.
moment.
I'm following
But
you
at
though.
the end but what that means to me, I get to rate myself by how I view myself, how the things that I know, my accomplishments, all of those things are not going to ever be limited on a scale of 1 to 10. So I'm going to give myself whatever rating. I don't expect for you to see me the way that I see me. I expect for you to put me wherever you want to with your vision, but I won't do that for you. I'm
Remember,
going to
you
place
talking that
myself
hot
Mm-hmm.
shit. You talking hot
where I
shit.
know that I belong.
Right.
If that makes
Remember,
sense.
I feel you on that.
Laugh.
I feel you
At
on
what
that.
age did you get
Yeah.
that gray streak in your head?
Early 20s.
talking hot
When I
shit,
was
boy.
14, woke up with it.
Oh, you said
I woke up. I went to sleep.
he said
Went to
woke up
sleep
before. Yeah,
regular. Woke up with a gray streak. That's why I asked you
yeah.
that.
It was like a 3 streak at first when and like when I was 18 and stuff. Then it just started getting out of hand. So I was like, whatever. Because I ain't the type that I don't do that cover up stuff. It is what it is.
Nah.
And I
Yeah.
just rock
Like
it.
all the women, all the girls in my family, we get, from 12, 13, 14, we wake up with like this. It's so weird. We just wake up with like this patch of gray.
The genetic. Okay.
Yeah, I love it though.
Yeah, right. I said I got plenty of compliments, but I'm like, I ain't even know there's people like that, Joe. But it is what it is. Hey, shoot, I ain't covering nothing up, man.
So you
Shoot, I
still
started
irritated
graying
with me?
before I had hair. Nah, he had forgot
You,
about it.
What
It was
happened?
I'm the one that brought
I
it up.
said
He
you still.
forgot
I
about it.
said you still irritated. Why are you over here bringing
Oh
up
no,
shit? Why you?
No, because I was
no,
talking about
I was never
you all up
irritated.
in
Me,
here
not
late
me.
coming into the conversation. I was fussing at him because he started the fire and left me in it.
Oh, that's what right. He's getting mad.
He
But no, I was never
intentionally
because that
tagged me
stuff.
in this. He
Huh?
came over here because he knew. I said, I'm telling him, you intentionally tagged me to come over here because he knew that you was irritated with me last night. And I'm an asshole, and I just keep going because I know people
Wait,
irritated. I just keep doing it. And he did that on purpose.
who
You
did what on
tagged me,
purpose?
tagged me to come over here, and while you talking about me.
Oh, I don't look at who I tag. I just opened it up and sent it to whoever in the box. I sent it to Kevin like I sent it to him
I was about to
twice.
say that was perfect timing. I was like, what the heck? You made
I know.
but
I just shared it. I shared it with you can look and go back and look, and I shared it with 30 people, and you can see even Kevin there. I just shared it with whoever pop up. I don't look to see who I'm sharing it with.
Okay, well, I
But
love you anyway. I
God is
thought you was
good.
being messy.
That's right. Nah,
but
God is good. I
no,
don't do that. I don't roll like
but
that.
no, I was about to say me myself. I don't be irritated with nobody. I got too much love for everybody though. But I do just So I
But
always
thank you
speak
for
on
joining.
that 10 situation, and that's the reason why I posted that in her room like that, because I realized for the most part, people that call themselves tens. That's why I said that they be the main ones that have a lot of insecurities. So they have to call themselves that to boost their whatever that's going on. Because the thing is, when I look at a 10 or a 10 out of 10, right, it's perfect, and nobody on earth is perfect.
I'm
So it
sorry.
usually be like it's a motivational thing. So I can understand it though, but it's just me trying to be like, bring people to out of, I guess, the Lulu land, I guess, or whatever, because some people really be feeling that they way, but then again, they contradict themselves the next minute when they start cussing, get mad at the person that thinks opposite. You know what I'm saying? So I'll be trying to bring awareness to certain people's situation or whoever be thinking that way, because I done ran into that so many times, especially in my room or just looking around the app and stuff. I'm like, man, you don't really believe it for real because you keep going back and forth with somebody about your confidence. And I tell people, like, you should never argue your confidence. And if you're doing that, that means you need to look within yourself a little bit more, and you better figure that out, because you should never have to argue what you stand on. But that was my whole thing in there. I don't. Yeah. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, that's when you start loving yourself more. You have to deal with who you are. That's why people got to start being like, you shouldn't have to need extra cover ups and all this stuff, because at the end of the day, you're gonna be you, and unless you do some surgery or something like that. But it's just, and that's what I be trying to get people. You see and hear, yeah. That's all I want to.
Yeah.
You can only hear
Hey,
me, Jen. That's weird.
hey,
Yeah,
hey, confident. Didn't you say you were married, or at
you only
least
hear
got a long
me.
term relationship?
What the heck?
Yeah, you said you were married, and so that's what that was the other piece. Sorry to hear that. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. You sure did. Happy Turkey Day. but but the other piece that I was bringing to it, it's a difference when
Can
you
y'all
have the
hear Mirror?
confidence that
Oh,
you're.
you say hear me?
They can't hear
Hold
me.
on real quick. Hold on real quick, Mary, real quick, because they just
Okay.
confidence talk again. Let me see if they can hear you. Oh wow. Okay, yeah, I can't even hear you on my backup. Yeah, drop down and come back up. They can't hear you. Yeah, they ain't gonna be able to hear you because it's a glitch in this glitch in TikTok. They be doing it every now and then. Just drop and come back up.
She need a Bluetooth like mine. Mine just loud. I
Nah,
don't
that's
look.
it's just TikTok. TikTok be doing that stuff sometimes.
That's interesting. So what were you saying about me being married, Mirror?
Yeah, but it wasn't so much about you, but what I was saying was that in situations like that, not you, and where there's a difference in the confidence. So when you have that false confidence that you have, then that affects your relationships as well. Because then you have those people who say that I know I'm not perfect, but and then they turn around and go and proceed to act as though they're not perfect, as though they're perfect, because everything is the other person's fault, where they take no accountability. So on top of that insecurity and that fake confidence, they also don't take any accountability. So because they don't give themselves any room, they don't feel like they have any room to grow, because I got it all together. So if there's a problem in my relationship, is there a problem in my life, it's got to be external. It can't be internal. But once you get to the space and place where you love to learn to love yourself, then you recognize a lot more of your issues come from internal than external.
I've always been in love with myself. Like I've literally my entire life I've been like this arrogant asshole type of person, right? Just being honest, right? And I've
Yeah.
always loved myself, but getting to like really see myself clean, fresh, and come to terms with what my flaws are. That's why I said 15 with flaws. Coming to term with them, and just really absorbing in me, loving myself. It's different. It's different from then. There were things that I was insecure. I would get a little pudge on the side, right, and I would have some insecurity, or just I would get a spot on my face. Like, I wasn't as secure. Now I don't care. I know who I am. I know what I am. I know what I've accomplished, right? But it took me to go through something to get there. And I love it here. That's why I don't do the 1 to 10.
Mm.
I'm better than that. I'm more than I know I'm more than
Okay,
a 10.
on a scale of 1 to 100.
I'm gonna say, the first I came out the gate last night and said I'm 100.
Say 155.
Said 100 straight out the gate last night.
Okay, a scale of 1 to 1,000.
If you said a scale of 1 to 1,000, I would stick at 100, because I do have things that I need to work
Oh,
on.
so
I
I got
need
to
to
make a
be.
big scale.
It got to be big. I'll keep myself at 100 if you're gonna give me 1,000. I ain't gonna be crazy with it. But I have things I have to work on. I need to be less
But
of an
you,
asshole, and some other little things. But
but you
yeah.
did say with flaws, and they didn't. The other ones wasn't talking about no flaws. They wasn't trying to accept no flaws. And then they go fight the host about her rating, and I was like, I understood where she was coming from. Like I said, I may be a 5 in a possible,
Yeah, but it's interesting because
or
people
4 in a
fought with
possible.
me. They fought with me because I said I put myself on a high number, and
But they
they
missed that
fought with
last
her.
part.
Yeah, and they fought with her because they felt that she underrated. So she underrated herself. I overrated myself, and either way, people were judging the number based on how they see us.
Yes, yes, but that's kind of just like it's almost kind of like the who's better argument in basketball. Who's the GOAT, LeBron or Kobe or Jordan? Because at the end of the day, people can go facts and throw the stats and everything out, but at the end of the day, they're just arguing their feelings.
Not even having their hand up for a long time,
Oh, I'm sorry.
and she's beautiful.
First of all, I would like to say one thing. Are you doing better now? Have you overcome everything?
Absolutely, I'm amazing.
So I'm so happy for you. When I had to literally destroy my constructive self, because at age 50 I realized that who I was walking with, it was not me. I was constructive in a way that I was living somebody else's life. And what I mean by that, it was like in insecurity, right? Because you do that style, or somebody say you should dress this way, you should talk this way, this is how I did it. So it's projection, 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 right? So literally it's like I destroy that. Is almost like a physical death that is necessary to rebuild yourself and to figure it out who you are. And by having the courage to see different paths and walk them to see if you're comfortable. It's like buy a new pair of shoes because you're comfortable in it, not because somebody tell you that you look good in it. There's a difference, right? And that's what I did when I shaved my hair, is because I was tired to put stuff that I was seeing either in a commercial, in this, and to see is like, let's see what I was born with and how I feel with it. I don't need to put the makeup that it's really a mask, it's like, and see what it was given to me and comfortably, walk in it. And that's how you find your true self and you find self-love. And to me, that is become the confident you,
Yes,
and to
I'm
have the
gonna say this
courage.
name right. You gonna help me say? I'm gonna learn this. This
You're absolutely right.
Tiziana,
Tiziana. It's Tiziana.
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 Yes.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Where are you from? I keep forgetting to ask you
Living.
that.
I'm from Italy, but I've been living in this country since 2001.
Oh, okay.
And so yeah, it's been a journey, but there's nothing more refreshing that having I was looking in my bathroom where I had thousands of dollars in that cream and just and become so much inexpensive, just get the little shea butter and that have a little natural conditioner,
Yes.
and that's it.
Who?
And that's it. Yeah.
No,
It's
I'm
like
just reading
what
my man's screen post. I just
you
seen
know
it.
what I mean? It's really important
I'm
that
sorry.
beauty comes within. Beauty comes within. And when we want to be happy, we need to stop looking in the outside for happiness. Everything we need to be happy and successful, which to me, my new wealth, I'm very wealthy, is my health, is my happiness that I can project within, you know?
Yes.
And that's where we should really seek for, the answer
Yeah.
that in us, they're not outside of us. It's that simple to me. And since I've been living that life, I've been happier than I can ever been. And you
Yeah.
attract what belongs to you. You don't need to
Right.
chase nothing.
But I'm sorry. I didn't mean to derail the conversation all the way off to where we are now. Was there anybody before me? Because if not, I want to go ahead and answer the questions. But then it's ladies first, so I'm gonna go ahead and let Confident go, and then I'll answer after her.
Nah, fuck that ladies
How do you want us to
first.
do it? How do you want us to do it? Do you want us to go all the
Black
way
man,
through, or
black man
answer a
take
certain way,
priority.
then bonus?
I
Black man
think
take
Daddy is
priority.
trying to say something.
I'm not paying
Hey,
attention to what
hey,
you're talking about right now.
do every question per person. There's more people up here. Just do that, and then go to the next. But I'm on the phone right now.
Okay.
Give me a second, y'all.
Okay, so go ahead and answer the first question, then I'll follow you and I'll answer it, and then T Smith, you can come in and answer it. So go ahead, Confident.
Well,
Well,
Mira,
she wants to speak, so go ahead.
actually, I had a question. I wanted to ask the ladies, or just anybody, about the confidence. I mean, I know once we get a certain age, I know for me, the confidence level went way up, right? But my question is it okay for me to answer this question, or y'all just want to move on to the list of questions that's up here?
Nah, go ahead, do your thing.
Okay, so I'm curious to know whether it's almost if it's like an age thing and a developmental thing, whereas you get more confident as a woman as you get older, and your confidence is coming from within as you get older, instead of you looking for those outward motivations and outward
Right. Validation.
the outward motivations, because when you're younger, you're like you're looking for mates, and I mean, this is why some people do all this extra stuff, is because it's to attract mates and things of that nature. So I just wanted to know, if the women on here, or anybody, can answer the question, if you feel like we get more confident and we give ourselves self motivation and more self love as we get older, because we don't need the external motivations anymore.
I guess I would say, whatever you prioritize in life and stuff. A lot of people, I think a majority of us, we always built off our image and stuff. If you just see a lot of people, the more you start focusing on your character, that's when you start not really caring about what other people think about you and stuff. And then I've noticed, like, I think it's for different people though. But they were saying, like, basically once a person is no longer getting a certain amount of attention from some whatever, then they start realizing that they start. I guess that's when they start becoming more mature, and then that's when the confidence come in and stuff. But it just depends because everybody different. Some people to this day still live with validation, and they 80 years old. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't no age thing. It's just when you realize what really matter in life for real. When other people's opinion don't matter in life. But that's just my take on that.
Oh, okay.
Anybody else?
In my, for me, I've always thought very highly of myself, but I can say that the older that I get, the stronger that I feel, if that makes sense. I think it's just a combination of both. I think, and to each his own. Everybody's different. Um, Everybody's experiences, life, what you've endured. I would think that if you're a person who was bullied, it may take you a little bit longer to get here, right? And then the encouragement and honesty. I think that my father was a very, very honest man. And so if I looked a mess going out the door, he would tell me, even as a little girl, like, you look a mess, but if you want to go out there, then go ahead. But just know, like, you look a mess. He didn't have a problem with saying that, like, your head is a mess, like whatever it was, he was going to be straightforward. And I think that helped me to see myself for who I really am versus him sugarcoating and telling me, oh, you're a princess and you're so beautiful and all that extra stuff. I think that's damaging when we grow up or we do it to each other, right? It's just honesty and being around people who are honest with you. It gives you a sense of who you are and where you actually need to improve. I think T said it last night when she was speaking about the weight, right? Telling somebody that they're not overweight and you're looking at them and then they go back and look at pictures and see that they were hella
Right.
overweight,
Enabling.
like you're not doing them a service. Be honest with yourself and those around you and allow those things to come back to you so that you can improve where you need to improve. Fortunately, I had that in my life.
Yep. So before more people go, real quick, if y'all, everybody's in the, he just threw me off. I ain't seen him all this time. He just head just popped up in the, okay. But, people that's in here, if y'all can, the people that's in the box, type that, hashtag FYP in the comments for me real quick and share it about 10 people if y'all got them. I'm pretty sure y'all got some friends and stuff that want to get on this topic. And then people that's outside, give me the 20K. I feel like y'all can do that though, because I got about another hour and a half for y'all. We can do this real quick. Trying to hit that FYP, but go ahead. Whoever. Oh shoot. Hey T Smith. Hey, drop down and come back. I can't hear you on my back up either. They said the comments can't hear you. Just
Yeah,
drop down
I
and come
hear it,
back
but
up.
I couldn't see who was talking.
Yeah, it's because in the box we can hear him, but the chat can't hear him. Just like my backup
Got
account
you.
couldn't hear either.
He
Yeah,
said just drop out and he'll and come
and
right
drop
back
and
up.
come back up.
But while she doing that, like he said, let's keep hitting them
TikTok is
likes. Let's get
tripping,
those
bro. What
likes
is
up.
going on?
Yeah, no. Let's keep tapping that likes. Let's keep sharing the live.
Uh, get the 20K. So. Hold on, I got you, T. Hold on, I got you real quick. I got you. I'll send it right back. I can do it way faster. What's her name, man? Her name go.
But
Can
see,
people hear
Kev,
me or no?
Kev, can you hear
Yeah,
me?
yeah, I hear you.
See, remember the live last night, on Mark's live saying, would you rather somebody be agreeable or honest?
Hmm.
Yeah, so I I don't really know who was talking about the weight situation and all that other stuff, but it's just like people don't want to be honest with each other. Men and women, they don't want to be honest with each other. They would rather be agreeable. You know what I'm saying? They always want to be on that agreeable side. No, be honest. Shit. If you see your homie is whatever which way, what you just gonna agree? Well, you just gonna be agreeable to like spare their feelings. Now, when you know damn well, wait, now what is that? Echo? Fuck is that?
You hear echo?
P, Minister P, mute up.
That's Mr. P. Hold on, let me see something real quick.
So it's like, so what? Like you gonna be agreeable to this individual because you want to spare their feelings? Nah, be honest, bro. Tell that person, yo, listen, you look fat as shit in that dress. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, sis, I honestly don't think that you a 10, in my opinion. Or yo, you shouldn't be wearing that out. Or you should be doing X, Y, and Z.
Oh, we
I'm gonna
got
be
two people
honest
you done.
with you. I see Mad Hands. Hey yo, listen, I'm not being agreeable. I'm being honest. And you
Right.
know what I'm saying? And not everybody has to agree with my honesty. That's totally fine. But that's a part of the problem. As well. I'm not saying
Enabling.
right. I'm not saying the people who got the hand up, but I'm just saying in general, that's a big part of the problem, bro.
But that takes them
Yeah.
to grow up and be adults, because that's the other piece. You have to be open enough to be able to allow that. And see, a lot of people, their insecurities are so deep rooted and they won't accept or admit it, that they rather have fake people around them who are keep telling them lies that they call friends. And then when they find out that they really weren't their friend, then they so hurt and they go that people aren't friends. When no, it's not that people aren't good friends. You just chose people who weren't good friends. The people who tried to tell you right, those are the folks you cut off. You know, the people that I love, that I know love me and that I love, that's just it. We can tell each other the truth. And they don't call me and tell me something and expect me to tell them some lie. They expect me to tell them the truth. And if they don't want to hear the truth, they don't call me.
Right,
Go ahead,
right.
Tiz, and
Nah,
then
that's a fact.
I know y'all burning over there.
Something. Okay. It is
Yeah.
a way to speak truth without being hurtful. Sometimes I feel that some people vomit the truth. And to have somebody vomit on you is not pleasant by any meaning. There is a way that is constructive criticism, and that is positive, but you need to learn how to vocalize it with empowering the person or trying to then putting the person down. There is a difference,
But I
and we
get what
need
you're
to be
saying.
aware of that.
I get what you're saying, but let's be honest here. We know that there are some people, it don't matter if you rap it in sugar and candy and all the sweetest things in the world that you can wrap it in, they still are not going to receive it because they don't want it.
They
Because
don't
they,
want
in their head, I'm a perfect 10.
Yeah, I
So,
think
No,
I think that
absolutely.
sometimes
But
we have
as long as we know that we have done it to our best capacity and being respectful in our truth, then we're okay. Once you put the truth out there, it's either they're gonna accept it or reject it. But
it.
I go sleep at night regardless. But if I would
yes.
be is like hurtful in my truth, I do you know how many times I call and I apologize because I came across the wrong way,
That's
and we
wild.
need to be
That's crazy.
But
confident of that.
I used to be that way too. And I used to be that way too. And what I've come to learn is that you have to have a balance. And what you find out is you have to give people where they are, give it to them where they are. Some people, you can give it to them soft and gentle because that's where they are. They have no problem receiving it. They'll take it. They understand it. You can even give it to them between the lines. But then there's some people you got to bust them upside the head with it and they still might not get it.
Right, but see,
I think I think that
see,
being tactful in your delivery, you get a better response. You have to know who you're speaking to. They have to have a level of respect for you in order for your words to penetrate. So I think that being tactful, consider the timing in which you say things, um, being empathetic with some people you may not, offering solutions and support. But that's about as sweet as it's going to be coming from him, and I don't expect for him to, yeah, to be like, that's nice, right? But it's also knowing that person. I'm not going to receive something if laugh tell me you fat as hell.
Okay.
I'm not listening to you. I'm just going to shut off right now because I'm going straight into defense mode. I feel like I have to defend myself.
Because y'all don't
Versus
have a
if,
relationship to know each
even
other
if
well
we,
enough to.
exactly, or even if we did, I might look at him sideways. If my husband walking here right now and be like, "Baby, you done got fat as hell," I ain't gonna argue with him. I'm gonna look at him and just, I'm probably gonna scratch my neck and take a deep breath and just walk away because now my feelings a little bit hurt. Like, don't talk to me like that. But if he
see,
comes in and he say, I think we need to go hiking. I see your body changing. I might
it's,
laugh. Like, okay,
everybody
you're right.
wants the truth wrapped up in a bow, though.
I don't,
That's
you
crazy.
didn't hear me. I don't require it. My father was brutally honest. I can take that. But it's certain people, your relationships matter, your tone matter, and being tactful. Why say it in a manner that's not going to and disappeared?
Yeah, right. This thing, do I got an update? Let me see.
I don't know. It's really weird.
Hold on. I got you real quick. You check this thing. I got everybody.
Sick of it, TikTok. I'm sick of it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
So,
Boy.
So what I was saying is that, why say it in a harsh manner if the objective is to give constructive criticism that's going to help a person? Why a manner that's going to hurt them, or they're not going to receive it as help? They're not going to ask you for suggestions, or you want to walk with me. If it's not going to help them, why deliver it in that manner in the first place?
Kev, you froze?
I
Anybody still
think he's
here?
froze. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me? I'm
I can
here.
hear you fine, confident. I can hear everybody fine, typically.
I can hear you, but I think he's froze again. Can the people
M-
downstairs hear us at all?
Mir, can you hear us?
Can you guys, Moni, can you see us all? I see the whole, he might need to, yeah. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I can see him. I just can't. He's not moving though. Yes, I can hear you.
That should be good.
Hey, yo, Kev, your joint got herpes, bro.
Oh, there you
Yeah,
go.
I
There
know,
we go.
right? I know, right?
Remember, Kev called her SCD on TikTok.
There we go. We should be good now, hopefully.
I'm not repeating all that shit I said. Y'all can move on to the.
Yeah, right.
Well, I
Let's
Nah,
mean,
go,
you
man.
gotta
I
repeat
can
that.
I can rattle off on this too.
But
You
So
gotta
I was
repeat
about to say
that.
I get
Why
it.
do I
I
need to
get it.
repeat it? You didn't hear. You didn't hear me.
No, I didn't hear nothing. I didn't hear
Oh, so
anything.
I'm gonna shoot straight to the last part. Why deliver something that you intend on helping a person? If it's intended to help them, why deliver it in a way that is not going to be received as help, perceived as help, and hurtful?
Look,
It makes no sense.
okay, so look, okay, so see, all right, so that was the extreme when you said the whole thing about, and like, I mean, like if your husband comes in the room and says, "Hey, you're getting fat," whatever. That was the extreme part, right? Um, I don't. Well, people may do that, but knowing me, how I speak very directly, and people take that sometimes as disrespect. Um, and so it's like I'm not about to tone that down because somebody is overly sensitive. And at the same time, I'm not going to just blatantly come out and disrespect you, but I'm going to be very blunt and get to the point with what I got to say. And you may take
Wait,
that
no,
straight
I
to the
can
heart.
respect that. That's being blunt and to the point. I can respect that, but you can, if you add tact into it, you can maintain who you are. People think that I'm sarcastic, right? Because I am that way. I say it, it is what it is, but I do it tactful and not a hurtful manner. There's a lot of sarcasm in there sometimes, but it's about having tact and timing added to your bluntness. You can help more people with that versus just being blunt, just throwing it out there, just always, just it is what it is. This is how I'm saying it, and now you're hurting. People aren't receptive of that. They don't respect you when you're speaking to them. They don't even want to hear you speak to them. But if you're tactful and your timing is right, they want to hear you talk because you're giving it to them raw.
I wanna answer Confidence question directly. What would be the purpose in not editing your speech to make it softer for somebody, basically? Why would you be over the top about it? I'm not condoning this behavior, but this is a possible answer. Some people won't respond, and I know we've repeated this, won't respond to the nice way of saying something. They'll to your face agree with you, and they'll say that they want XYZ, but then when the conversation dies and things move on, the thought disappears. There are some people, like myself, for instance, people call it bullying. I call it shaming. I was shamed for my weight a lot. And it wasn't that the shaming was a bad thing, is that when I would get home at night and I'd be sitting by myself, I would have those thoughts in my head, those things that were said. And that pushed me to lose the weight. That pushed me to better myself. If everybody's telling me you're fine the way you are, and oh, you're only a couple pounds heavier, or, if they made excuses for me, I would take those excuses
Am I good
and I
now?
would apply them.
Yeah, you
Should be
But
good.
good.
at the second someone said, you know what, you could lose 30 pounds, dude. What are you doing? You trying to kill your heart before your time's up? That's going to sit in my head a lot heavier and make me look at myself and think, what am I actually doing with myself? And that's going to motivate me. There are people who need to be pushed, sometimes painfully, to make this realization. And I was one of those people. The
Absolutely.
nice comments weren't going to help me. It took someone making me question how I actually saw myself. That's why we get defensive. Our ego pops up because someone is projecting what we perceive to be a false identification of who we are. So if
I
you don't
agree
see
with you.
yourself as fat and someone says you're fat and you get defensive,
That's your ego jumping up, saying, well, I don't see myself as fat. Why do you see me as this way? Now you got to argue about it versus
But
checking
it's
your
not a
ego and
one
Mm.
saying,
size. We're not in a one
maybe
size
there's some
fit all,
truth.
right?
And this is also a dichotomy between men and women. A lot of the comments that have been brought up about talking about things and doing things nicely and presenting it a certain way, there's studies that show that's how women grow. That's how women get motivation. That's the environment which helps them change the best. Men are not the same way. You know, you get a bunch of
So
guys together
You
in a
know
circle
that those
talking about their
studies.
feelings, it's not going to be as beneficial as if you put them in a gym and you got them ragging on each other saying, come on, you can lift more, you're stronger than this, don't be weak, be strong. Guess what? Those guys are going to work out their frustrations, they're going to better themselves, they're going to motivate themselves. It's all about how we interact with each other. And I think men and women are different. So I think all of the answers have been given are valid. It's just how do we apply them appropriately? And then also reading the room. Someone said that before. You got to know who you're
Hmm.
talking to. Personally, myself, I'm really blunt and straight to the point with a lot of people, to the point to where my in-laws give a forewarning. Don't ask Tony a question you don't want an answer to, because he'll give you an answer and you may not appreciate it. You know, like I have a reputation of being that way with people because I don't want to waste nobody's damn time. I want you to know exactly how I feel about you. I don't want you
I
wondering.
think what you're talking is tech, right? It's certain people that you have. There are some people who you have to speak to in that
exactly.
manner, and some people that you don't. When you talk about the study about men and women, that study was done on women who produce perform better when their husbands are like in that manner. The person who they're with, a person who they have they deem as a leader in their life, and they have what women have, this natural sense of submission. So we are more likely to respond to a man in our life who we have submitted to and we deem as a leader in our life when they speak to us that way. So it's not all men. Like there are men on this app who they can be that way all day long. They're not going to get the results that they want because we don't well, I don't want to say I don't respect them. So I'm not going to conform to what it is. I'm not listening to them. I have no respect for them. Their words have no validity in my life. Whereas I can communicate with you, I'll say, and I may listen to you. Like there was something about your tone made me want to hear what you had to say. Something about the way you said it made me want to hear what you had to say. So there was a lot that went into that study. It wasn't just that we respond better to men who speak in certain tones and manners.
But was there anything added in that study, comparing, and I just jumped back on y'all, my phone died. But was there anything in that study that mentioned or compared the different races? Because I know as an African American woman, um, and the people on here knows some brothers like a certain things and their women a certain way, and so when I know for me, if someone calls me fat, like it is, I don't feel a type of way about it, right? I know I have extra weight, but I don't feel a way inside my heart that where I feel, bad, right? Now when I'm alone, there are times I'm like, oh gosh, I got to do something about this and that, but it's not that serious for me because I think I carry the weight that I have well. But was there anything in that study that mentioned anything about the confidence of the women, Black women compared to Caucasian women, or, Black men compared to other races? Let me just say that.
I don't know that we have the same study. The study I was referencing, I'll have to look it up for people who are interested. It was talking about how men and women differ in coping with criticism and the environment that they cope with it best in. So what they were basically trying to say is that women tend to do better in environments where verbal affirmation is the primary mode of getting something done, whereas
Uh,
men, we perform better with the criticism when we're in a physical environment where we get to actually physically deal with the energy that we're building up and how we handle it. And then what the study said is that women were generally in these circles doing the verbal affirmation together, and then when they incorporated men into there, they found that those men didn't have the same type of responses that the women did. They found that the men were better in a masculine environment where there was a lot more physicality. That was the only point of that study, was talking about how
oh,
we,
okay.
with shaming and talking to each other and helping each other work through things in that sense. It didn't really go into a race demographic from what I saw.
I was
It did not, but there are studies that will divide. You'd have to. I could get some references in inbox lab in regards to them, but there are studies that break down race, demographic, age, and just a bunch more that I can find and you can reference.
And then there is another thing, in my little humble opinion. It's like, how can I put into word? He's like, wanting to go to fix your teeth, right? And you go to the dentist that's supposed to fix your teeth, and the first thing when he smile is toothless. Would you really go to fix your teeth to a toothless dentist, or you will go to somebody that he have this nice smile? Same thing, if you wanna lose weight. If he's who's telling you that you need to lose weight? A person that have never experienced the journey to get to health, and he's projecting his disdain. I was like, oh, you're so fat. Or somebody that he says, like, you know what? I've been where you've been, and if I did it, you can also do it. And you're still sending the message, but there is a positive, and there is one he was given just to really put you even more down on where you're at. It's the energy, it's how you delivering, and how it come across. Is this person here to harm me or to elevate me? It's so much more deep. So to me, I still stand. Either you gonna vomit that truth, or you going to be very diplomatic, kind, nice, empowering.
What's your definition of vomiting the truth? Cause I think what I got out of this is that
It's being
everybody got to
rude.
talk to different.
It's
Yeah,
being
rude is
rude.
subjective though. That's even subjective too,
Yeah,
right?
rude.
So just because it might be rude to you, don't mean it's rude to everybody else. Some people do got to be talked to more harsh than others. That's just like kids, right? Um, some kids you need the soft love, some of you need the tough love and whatever. You know what I'm saying? So just because it hurt your feelings, that ain't gonna mean it's gonna hurt the next person's feelings and stuff. So it's just like it's all about who you know you talking to, basically. No, I mean I said it all wrong. Knowing who you talking to, that's all it really is at the end of the day.
And
There ain't no
and the other
special
thing,
talk that's gonna work for every last single person. It just don't work like that. And the people that you thinking that you being light on, you be enabling them for the most part. And the
yeah,
people that you thinking that you enabling, you just too tough on. So it just depends on who you talking to. That's all it is. Everybody ain't for everybody.
that's true. Because I mean, being from Long Island, New York, and living here in the South now, I had to kind of, I guess, switch up the way I deal with people, because I think, a lot of New
Oh
Yorkers,
shoot.
just because of the way that we are raised, like I had, and I still do have the kind of personality where I'm going to say something, I'm going to say truth, and I'm going to let the individual person process it, right? Like it's not my job to process or sugarcoat certain things, right?
Right.
But the people that I'm around, they don't handle that very well. And so and I've had to just kind of cut some people off because I don't want to do all of the, or did not want to do all of the processing and the hard work to make sure that it's soft for this person and tough for that person. Like everybody gets it and you process it. You know what I mean? Like you know, like I mean, I teach school, so when I talk to the kids, I talk to them and I'm like, okay, it's up to you to determine whether Miss Smith is talking to you directly or if she's talking to someone else. You know who you are. You know our relationship that we have. So if I'm talking in general and I'm speaking truth, you know I'm not talking about you, so you don't have to take it. But if you know that I'm talking about you in a certain situation, then yeah, I expect you to take the medicine and you know, do what you have to do with it. But like Tanizza said, I mean, I know sometimes things can come off really rude, but at some point when you get a certain age, I think that you have to process it yourself and know the person's
Mm-hmm.
heart.
Yep.
Know the person, know their heart.
What's up?
The person giving the information and not enough on the person receiving said
Exactly.
information.
Two sides.
Like, I think people have, the reality is, and I tell this to my students all the time, if 2 or 3 people are telling you the same thing, it has nothing to do with the delivery. That means something is true about that statement. Something they're
Facts.
saying is valid.
Yep.
And I think there's also a hint of this where it's like if you're hearing criticism from other people, and I think people respond badly sometimes because they already know. And it's kind of like, and I know that's something for myself. I get mad. Like if I know I gotta do dishes, and then someone say, "LaShawn, you gotta do dishes," that make me mad because I already know I gotta do the dishes. I don't need you to tell me that. I'm aware. It's frustrating me already. Like I don't need you to say that. And I feel like that's how people respond sometimes when they're hearing criticism from other people, is because they already know they're working on it or they're already in the process of working on it. So no matter how you say it to them, it's frustrating because they already are trying to get there and they know they see it. And I think that's kind of where that projection comes from with people's frustration, in my personal opinion.
Hey yo, I stepped away for a second, so I don't know if this was already said. Um, so all the people who have an issue with tone, right? With how somebody's tone is and your tone has to be this way. Because we've had this talk before. If somebody said, "Hey, bummy motherfucker, I got $1 million for your bitch ass," what are you gonna say? Are you gonna take so much offense that you're not gonna listen to what that individual is saying and retain it? Or you gonna be like, "Oh, I bet, cool."
I
Now
don't
what are
know.
you
I
gonna
might
do?
I might call the cops.
I would be like, where's that?
Now I mean, okay, I'm asking this question to the people who had something to say about like your tone needs to be a certain way for people to be able to receive whatever you're saying.
I, I ain't gonna lie. The way you just said it though, that do sound scary. Like it ain't real
No,
though.
no, 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 no. Listen, no,
I would be
listen.
afraid.
No, wait, hold on.
My bitch. Okay, I'm
Listen.
good, bro.
Now,
It's,
listen. I'm not saying this from a stranger. I'm not saying this from a stranger.
okay,
Just
I
like
got
with
you.
me and Kev. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, hey, now, if, all right, cool. So I'm like, hey, bitch. Now, I got $1 million for you, bitch ass nigga. Right? Right? So what is, now, so what do you think Kev is going to say? People that are talking about tone, what should Kev say? Should he just ignore me because my tone wasn't right? It's mighty quiet.
I'll be like, oh, I'll be a rich bitch. You know what I'm saying?
A lot of people, they're very good at dishing it for to somebody, but is when it's time to take it.
But that has nothing to do with this, though. That has nothing to do
Yeah,
with
you missed the
this.
whole message though. Yeah, you missed
I
it.
think
I got
I
it.
think
I
it
got
does
it. That's
depend
the way
on.
you talk
But
to each
it's you gotta
other.
real. I guess because I could tell you. Well, men kind of for the most part, a lot of men talk to each other that way, anyways. If you want to put it that way, then so because
Right.
I don't see women actually talk to them like that. Even though it's some women that do that stuff or whatever. So I do understand why it's probably kind of like going over your head on that part. Cause you like, oh man, it just hurts so bad. You know, I get you though, but I think overall, That's what I be saying. It be the message that count more. You know what I'm saying? Because if it,
It depends on what you're saying.
huh?
I was gonna say your tone depends on what you're saying. Like what you're
What?
saying has to. I think they have to go together. I don't.
What?
The message that's being said now is generally positive, even with the sarcasm tied in it.
No,
You
it's
know what
not
I'm saying?
sarcasm though.
Well, it is. You don't genuinely mean that he's a bitch ass nigga. That's not what you mean. So it's sarcasm
How?
tied
I
into the
mean, how do you
statement.
know that? That means y'all pick and choose what you want to take from people. You pick and choose. It don't matter how they say. You just pick and choose. I mean, so we're generally going off of feelings, and feelings are bullshit.
Well, so I mean, I don't. I'm in a season where
Oh, I'm lost.
feeling,
I'm out
I
of
want
this
to feel
one.
everything. Like, I'm in a season where if I feel an emotion or whatever, I want to feel it and do whatever I have to do to get through it. But I think with your example, it was kind of like, I don't know. Only thing I can connect it to is like
Apples
risk
and oranges.
versus reward. It's like, okay, well, you telling me that you got $1,000,000 for me or $1,000 for me, whatever example you use, but it just before that you called me a vulgar name. So I think that probably wasn't like a really good example. But to
No,
get
it
the
was a
point
great
across, I mean,
example.
I understand what you're saying. I'm one of these people that I'm in the middle of the road when it comes to tone. Like I said earlier, like I like to say what I need to say and let people process it however they process it. And hopefully they're mature enough. Like if it was offensive, they can come and say, hey, well, da 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 da, I'm really sensitive to this or whatever, and I'll know how to deal with it. But I don't want the responsibility and the front end of trying to figure out how I should talk to people, right? I just don't want that, and I don't want people to do that with me. I mean, say what you got to say. If I'm sensitive, because our emotions are different on different days. Some people are extra sensitive to certain things on certain days, and sometimes they're not. I mean, I had a situation here in my own home where, I had to tell my husband, I'm like, I don't know, I might be extra sensitive these days. Can you watch how you speak to me? And he's like, huh? What? And I just put it out there. I let him know that I was extra sensitive. So, and we have that understanding that, I'm very honest. And even though it might have been, weird to him, I just put it out there. Like, I just took that. You might have said the same thing 2 weeks ago, and it just went over my head. But today, in this hour, I was really sensitive to it, and it felt different. So I don't think we should spend too much time with that because emotions come and go. And, you know, I just
I got a
think
question.
people,
My
I
yes.
question
got two
is
minutes on
so
this topic, then we gonna get back on
no,
topic.
this
I
is
got
something different. This is something different. So my question is a post I was reading that I had made a year ago. It said the biggest liars refuse to take accountability for their actions. Taking no accountability is lying. Do you think that when you people don't take accountability, it's the same as lying?
What?
What do you mean, you people?
I didn't hear that.
We just talking about
People.
Situation.
Wait,
I
I
think
didn't
it
hear
can
what
be.
he said though.
He said, "Do you think not taking accountability is the same
Wait,
as
I
being
didn't
the
hear
same
what
as
he
lying?"
said.
What?
He asked if not taking accountability is the same as lying.
I can see that.
I said it could be, yeah. Depending on the situation, I could see where it could
Is
be.
is denial the same thing? I would say more of denial than lying, but
Denial.
is
Yeah.
denial and lying the same?
I was. If you,
Hmm.
Yeah, I think it's, yeah, I agree with you.
Some people will follow. I didn't know that was their account. Even though there's a voice.
Yo, Mister, I already followed you, bro.
Yeah, and if I can just share a piece of good news with everybody,
Are you pregnant?
I just got my new printer in for printing t-shirts, and I gotta finally sign off.
What's that say?
Mm.
It's lit.
Oh yeah, that's nice. That's nice.
I mean, look a little ashy.
You
Let's
should
go,
make
my
one for
mother.
Cal. You should make one for Laugh or Learn.
Can you make me a mermaid one?
The Little Mermaid.
How much is it?
I
For sure,
wanted to
for
make me a
sure.
king one with them
I
teeth,
want
bro.
I
Not
want
that,
mermaid.
oh my. All right, now it's 8 o'clock now. Yeah, we about to get back to the topic
Okay.
now,
All
cause I
right.
only got an hour
So,
for y'all. So I'm
all
trying to
right.
make
Who
sure I watch this
gets?
time.
Well, first do your commercial, and then we'll answer the questions.
All right. All right, y'all, real quick. If y'all, the people that's in the box, hit that FYP. Hashtag FYP. Because y'all can't type. Y'all can't tap on me. Hit that hashtag FYP. Share it to about 5 people. Unless y'all to share it to your whole friend list. I'm pretty sure y'all got some people and stuff. And the people on the outside, if y'all can give me the 20K before the end of the night. And let me see where can I start at. I'm trying to see who ain't hit this topic up yet. So I think this who the
I'll just say something. Denial
I
part.
answered it yet,
When people
because
are
who
in
the start with my
I'm getting
denial,
ready
gun?
to
I'm
some
answer it.
tripping.
people are not even aware that they're on denial because it's so deep that
Oh,
they're not even aware to be on denial.
yeah, I feel you. But we off that topic now though, because I'm trying to
Yeah,
get back
but I
to
didn't. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to answer it. So it says, who gets in fights more, mothers and daughters, or fathers and sons? I would probably say mothers and daughters, because I think
mm,
in the situation with fathers and sons, if it goes down right, it's maybe one, maybe 2 times, and then the son kind of learns that dad ain't the one to mess with. Whereas mothers and daughters kind of just, depending on their relationship, just can't keep banging heads. But that's just my perspective.
mm-hmm,
Because women, they're more complex, in my
mm,
opinion. We're more deep, we're more difficult. Even the way we think, we were designed different.
Wait, hold on. Did you say women are more deep,
Complex, yes. We
emotional?
think deeper. No, it's not emotional. We're designed to raise children, to carry children. We are more, in tune
Emotional.
with ourselves.
The only problem with saying emotional, sorry, I did this giant exhale. The only
There is no
problem with
problem
saying
with it.
with I do agree that women are more emotional, but the reason I'm having trouble with just taking it down straight to just being emotional is because there's more to it than being emotional. We're not just more
Exactly.
emotional. We are a little bit more complex. But I don't, for my personal reasons as to why mothers and daughters get into more fights, I just think there's a part of being, like she said, a mom or being a homemaker that I think once a young woman reaches a certain age, she starts to come into those thoughts. And I think they start to butt heads because it's like, hey, well, this is how I would run a household and it's subconscious in my opinion, but it's like, this is how I would do things. This is how I like my hair this way. I like this that way. And so it's difficult for them to understand that even though I'm forming my own thoughts and I'm forming my own opinions on things, you still have this ultimate authority over those decisions. And that's hard to process for them. Where fathers and sons, I think men, this is my personal opinion, I think men understand hierarchy a lot better than young women. All women do. We have issues with people telling us what to do. And so, and the reality is, and I think that's what the back and forth between moms and daughters is, whereas sons understand the hierarchy of the household. And once they're, a lot of them, once they're told, they may be like Mirror said, once they hit those, you know, they start smelling themselves at certain ages, then they get checked a couple times and they're like, all right, I'll wait till I leave, because once I leave this house, then it's my house. So that's my personal opinion.
I got a little pushback though because I keep hearing this. I honestly don't believe that women are more emotional than men. I honestly think that men are honestly more emotional. And it's because we have to deal with and regulate our emotions while also dealing with and regulating everyone else's. So we actually have to be in control of more emotions than everyone else. While everybody else is just allowed to feel their emotions and be, we have to regulate ours. We have to, and in the process, we're also teaching our sons how to regulate theirs. And another thing is that somebody needs to mute up. There's an echo. Another thing is that when with men, we don't have that point of where we continue to argue or emotion or we don't keep attacking each other with words and when our actions change, like your actions can change toward each other, you know, and you're fighting, our fighting goes to physical. So it's like we set a limit, whereas it's almost like y'all have no limit.
Add on. I'm not a parent, but I am a daughter. So I feel as if it's like it's on both sides. There's no who argues more. It depends on the household, basically. So if you're in a toxic environment or if you're in a healthy environment. So if you're in a toxic environment, sides are going to argue more because that person doesn't know how to parent. I honestly feel like it depends on the parent as well. So if you know how to parent your child, you're either going to the way you communicate as well. If you communicate in a harsh tone towards your child, you're basically going to start an argument. But if the child is more of a rampant child, then that communication also depends on the parent as well. So I don't feel like it really depends on who argues more. I feel like how the parent talks to their child and how you parent as a person. Because there wouldn't be an argument with either unless the child was a behavioral child or the parent is just a bad parenting and communicating with that person. If you understand what I'm saying. And then also, I wouldn't say women are more emotional. I would say both genders are emotional. It just depends how you tolerate and handle your emotions.
So I looked at the definition. I was about to say, I get what you're trying to say, Mirror, but me looking up the definition of emotional, it sounds like more of how women are. It say it say of a person, it say having feelings that are easily excited and openly displayed. You know, so we already know who do it for the most part, who openly display their emotions and stuff.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, but
So,
we're
I
but I
love, man.
get,
I
but
love that
look,
we
but
do
I
that. I
get what
love
you're
how we look
saying
up
though. As in,
definitions.
like we
Yeah.
take on more
Yeah.
emotions. I could say that though. I could say that because we have to take on ours and others at the same time. And we kind of hold more in. I would say. And it would depend on how to. But I do get you on that point though.
I guess
But
that
I
we
think the
better
Can I
at
word
ask a
regulating.
emotional is the
question?
We
huh.
become
Can
better
I
at
ask a
regulating.
question?
Well, I would say that
So,
then. I would say that.
yeah,
Oh no,
so
go
can I,
ahead.
Daddy
No, go
Otis?
ahead. Go ahead. No,
Okay,
you got it.
so first I want to because the emotion thing kind of gets me, like, so we're all I believe that we all have emotions, right? And
Of course,
we all have emotions. It's just a God-given thing. It's
human.
a thing that helps us to survive, right? And I don't know if this is just a scientist in me, but I really feel like we do certain things to survive. And men, with your emotions, you probably survive, right? It's a survival thing. So maybe with men, I don't know who told them this, that you have to hold your emotion. You can't be, can't be too emotional. I don't know whoever said that.
It's dangerous if men have
Yeah.
to hold their emotions because it's dangerous if we just release our emotions
If you
because
just,
one of the main emotions that we have is anger, and
Yes.
things can get, so that's why, as when you can tell the difference between a grown man and a grown boy, is just that, how does he control his anger?
How does he control his
Because a
anger?
grown
And
boy is not going to control it. He gonna let it out.
he gonna
Whereas
let
a
it
grown
out. Yeah.
man, like we were talking about earlier with which what I got what Daddy was saying about the way you say things when you talking to men, we get to a space and place where I ain't paying attention to what you talking about. So it just yeah.
So
I feel
let's take
like
that anger.
in general, right?
Let's take that.
As an
Let,
adult, I feel like what was it?
oh, I'm sorry. It was me. Go ahead. I'm
I know you
sorry,
good.
host.
You good. I was just about to say real quick. Is I feel like as an adult, because I know how they be, and I feel like in society itself be just trying to baby women. I noticed that. Because it's like I feel like as an adult, I think both sides need to learn how to control their emotions.
Yeah.
Kids should be the ones that be more emotional and all that stuff. Because it's like, especially now, that's probably why a lot of people don't like me. Because I'm trying to I be trying to toughen people up, man. I feel like as a society, as a community, we all need to toughen up. Because shoot, even the way we express our emotions and cry about every last little thing, that stuff ain't doing anything for us. And then we harm each other in the process with that stuff. So it's like. What was I getting to with that? But basically, I just feel like
Toughening up.
as an adult, huh?
About toughening up.
Yeah. Basically, as an adult, I think it's both our jobs to control our emotions. Like, I don't think the women should get a pass either. I mean, men, and it ain't about because we compressing it or something like that. Sometimes it's changing your point of view and stop crying about every last thing. We don't gotta
Yeah.
express everything every time because our kids is looking up to us too. So it's like I feel like. I mean, maybe second place can be the women, but I'm just saying, as an adult, we shouldn't have to be crying about everything, or we shouldn't have to always express ourselves. And we got to learn that, and even if you express yourself, that don't mean you're not still compressing it either. I had made a topic about that too.
Yeah,
Just
that's
because
true.
you expressing it, don't mean you're not still compressing it.
So,
I have a question about what you said. I had a question about what you said, Kev. You said that men take on everyone else's emotions. Elaborate on that. I'm curious to know why you think that.
Because I guess as a man, right, we always looked at as the leaders, especially, right. I'm pretty sure it's for women that like leaders, right. But I think it's just, and I ain't gonna say it's a natural thing, but it's just like no different from like if we are in, or if you have dudes that's in the military or something like that, you're not gonna see, you less likely to see them expressing their emotions because it's like as a leader. If the dude, if he look like he panicking or is crying about stuff, like who gonna try to follow after a guy that's just like that? That's just so we have to I guess lead by example. And the same thing I would say for the women and the
Because if
kids, right?
everybody in the
But
house panicking,
Yeah.
be that calm spirit. Like if
yeah,
everybody in the house is
exactly.
panicking,
So
right?
yeah, and based off how men are just built, as in like, I'm pretty sure I want you to be my rock. I know women be saying that stuff or whatever. So so most of the time they have to take on others' emotions to get things running and stuff, including their own emotions. So that's just how it is.
My
Yeah, I
man,
mean,
an example he
I heard
used.
that. I heard that because I related to that because as a mother and as a wife, I felt alone a lot at nighttime when I got my whole day done with the kids and did everything as a wife. I was constantly taking on everyone's emotions. So that's why I asked you, why is it a man thing? Because I know full well that I took on everyone's emotions and had to.
You think every woman do that?
I'm not sure.
If you're an
That's why we have
empath,
dialogue.
if you're an
We have
empath, you
dialogue.
do.
We're having dialogue. So I'm curious. When you said men
Yeah,
specifically,
for the most
whereas
part, yes.
I can relate to that
Yeah,
because as a woman, I did the same thing
yeah.
as a mother and a wife.
I would
So,
say
sis,
this.
you might be
I,
more of an empath, but you might be empathic, and just depending on what your husband was available for. Because so it's like when you're in a partnership, it's like the availability. Like there's times where I'll just be existing and don't really feel anything, and then there's times where it's like I got to take on or feel like I'm taking on the emotions and feelings of everyone. Um, but that's for those of us who are empathic. But
I thought that was
um,
more of a relatable, relate with it, not taking it on. But I think I get
yeah.
you though. But
But like the host said, there's some communities who believe that the male is like the regulator of situations. So even though he might go be away from the home and working and dealing with society, when he comes home, it's like he might have to regulate
Hold
and
on, T Smith.
yeah, I'm
If
sorry.
you're not talking, we need to mute up because we got an echo.
Okay. What I was saying was that in some communities, I follow this guy on Facebook, and they were just saying how the males feel and maybe are responsible to regulate, the environment, regulate the emotions, it's like they're the thermometers in the room. So I kind of I understand what the host is saying. Like sometimes men take on that role and responsibility, and it's a good thing, depending on if like some women don't want that, but it's if you're a leader, a good leader, then yeah, I think you know um that is a true statement. But we don't want you guys to take on so much that you're not enjoying yourselves, enjoying your life. Like
that's what
emotions are
men
meant
built
to be
for.
felt.
That's why we die early.
Yeah, but
Yeah, right.
emotions are meant to be felt, and you find even if it's in a friend, a male friend or female, that you can really, express what you're really thinking and feeling. Because, yeah, I mean, can you imagine just holding on to so much anger? And anger is not the only emotion, but I know why you mentioned that. But we hold on to this anger so much, and like you said, you die earlier, and you don't have to. I mean, I tell my students when I see them getting upset because somebody checked their behavior, I'm like, what are you really mad at? And or what are you really angry about? This is
You know
this
what I found out
emotion
about that,
is
Miss T
anger.
Smith?
Hmm.
What our anger is for? That's our way to cry.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's the same
That's
thing.
how
They
we cry.
express it different ways.
Yeah.
Men and women express it different ways.
Yes, that's how we cry.
But
Yes.
We
what I
cry through
wanted
our
to
Yes.
anger.
add to that though, real
But you
quick,
know what I
is
tell the
that
kids? I'm like, write it down. What are you angry about? Like, write it in poetry, write it in, just write it down. I mean, you never know what it could become. But I heard that before, that men's anger is how you cry. So that's why they have these rage rooms where I live. They have rage rooms. Like go in there and break up something.
I think actually, man, hormones is like a woman crying. But I was about to add to what, also to just to make this make more sense, right? Why men take on more. We just literally I think the sentence I said before, that we acknowledge that the average woman express it more. So if you expressing it more, how you have the time to take on what if you are in the middle? If you express though, so that's like the opposite. How you going to express and take on others' emotion at the same time when you busy expressing your emotions? So that's how that will counter. So if a man is not expressing it, or he's basically there while the woman is expressing it to him, so of course the man is going to take on more because he's taking on he holding his and taking yours. So that's only make more sense if the average woman is more expressive with their emotions. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you, Kev, on that. I agree to a certain degree. I think maybe it was just the lifestyle that I had at that
Yeah,
time
I understand
in
though.
the marriage. I was prior military. I married
Right.
a military guy, and he was in the Navy, and he went on several Westpacks. He was the dock of the ship, and so I pretty much ran the household. So it wasn't like the typical marriage where I stayed home. He comes home every day. He'd be gone 6-7 months at a time. So that's where it's like I couldn't really get emotional because I had
It was all
to
on you and at
I had to
home.
regulate. I had to pay the bills. I had to do every single thing, right? So and I wouldn't have changed it at
Yeah.
all, because it did make me a stronger individual to be able to do that. So I think, and I definitely understand men,
It it shouldn't
better
confuse
from
you
that
though.
experience. Huh?
No, I said it shouldn't confuse you because you know every woman ain't been in the military like you. So you should. I mean, you got to think basically outside of your what you, because you can like it's basically you can understand once you step outside of just thinking about it for yourself and stuff. Because you know every woman ain't been in the military. Every woman is probably not as built as you. You know what I'm saying? Built to take on certain situations. Even like is your daughter, you got kids, right?
Yeah, 30 and 28.
Is your daughter the same way as you, or they more sensitive, or they more tougher?
They're pretty tough because I didn't baby
Okay, so
them.
yeah, so I'm just saying, if you look outside the world, because you're talking about like it's like more of a what you speaking on is more of a minority versus majority. You know what I'm saying?
But I
So
think
it's
what
like
she,
you'll be able to understand once you look outside your own box that why is that way.
but Jen, were
No,
you saying that you
you
could
brought
kind of
and you brought
understand
up,
us better?
yes,
Yeah, that's what she's
That's what she was
and you
saying
made and you
because
made
she was
me
more
and
in
you
his role.
yeah, you made me think like the females in my circle. I usually my whole lifespan I've usually run from women who are emotional.
Right. Okay, that
So
makes sense.
yeah, it makes
Yeah,
sense.
because you
Thanks.
you are you in your situation, you've been you like operate in your like a
Get it done.
masculine
Get it done.
energy
Yeah.
to yeah to take care of the household in the absence of your husband. I mean, I'm the same way. Like I
Yeah.
don't really do really feminine females. Like I'm just like that too. I mean, I could switch back and forth. Now when I with my mate, I act like a 12-year-old girl, but in the outside world, I have to just toughen up and not be so emotional. I did recently have a situation where I was triggered and everybody felt the emotion. But to go to the question, who gets into fights more, mother and daughter, or father and son? Can I just add my 2 cents with that?
Okay.
So I think just from experience, I have 2 sons. So
And before you get started,
yes,
I
I'm
don't know
sorry.
what I don't. It's not you. But for the people in the box, hit hashtag FYP. Let's share the love. And I don't know what's going on, but we can get up to 20K. So let's get to tapping those
20K.
likes. Come on, tap that screen. Let's get it up to 20K. All right. I'm sorry to interrupt. Take care of your
Oh,
business.
yeah, it's okay. So I was kind of thinking, so I'm going to start from where I am and then go globally because like the host said, we can think about, our what's happening in our circle, but then you got to think more of majority. So, I know in my home I live with 3 males, my husband and 2 sons. Ain't none of that happening because my husband has established a level of respect. So we're not having that. My boys know they will get busted up, jacked up, whatever, if they ever tried anything against their father. And it's a respect thing, right? But I do know and feel when it comes to like the male and the female, it's a nature thing. You know, maybe the boys maybe holding in some anger. Maybe there's some things that their father is doing or not doing that, they're thinking like, oh man, when I get grown, I'm gonna do this differently. Just like I don't know who mentioned that earlier. It was a young lady on here who said, once you get a certain age, like 11, 12 years old, just nature is making you feel like you are grown and you are ready to take on the world and reproduce and all of those things. And so with that, puberty and all that, it in the mind, it's making boys and girls feel like, okay, I'm gonna take on, I'm gonna push the button. It's like in the animal kingdom. Like, I'm gonna push the button, see how far I can go, see how respectful or how disrespectful I can be. And I do see more girls going back and forth with their mothers because they have no respect for the mother's role anymore. And so I just kind of feel like, naturally, if there's two females in the household, they're going through, one of them is going through some emotional and hormonal changes that make them feel like, okay, well, I'm woman. And if mama has not set the same foundation that father has set, then yeah, there's going to be back and forth. But if there's a respect, it wouldn't be that. You understand? I feel like it's a respect factor, whether you going through the changes of life or not. Like, it's about respect. But I do see and hear more about the girls trying to get jiggy with their mothers and trying to, just be and I don't even want to say disrespectful because it's a chemical thing. I think it's a
I think what we have to like realize with the young women is they're, like we said, their bodies are going through. So just so we know, middle school girls are like my Achilles heel because that's who I mentor. So I have this weird thing where I'm always, I know, and they drive everyone crazy, but I'm like, I love them. Right. So the reason is because there's a lot, if we just take a second to think about a lot of what they're going through physically, it's a very confusing time for them. And so with their mom, they've been their little girl all this time. And then usually we see a shift, right, in their mindset where they're a little sassy, they say what they want to say, they got an attitude, all that and more. And the parent doesn't know they automatically categorize it as disrespect. And a lot of the time it is very disrespectful, but to them, they're not processing it as disrespect. They're like, my brain clearly works. There's a thing I talk
Hey, Lashandra, can I ask you a real quick question?
Yeah.
Could it be that they're missing? Could it be that they're just seeing a glimpse of themselves and they just don't like what they're seeing, or they don't?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It leads right into that where do the children get their ways from question, because a lot of the women start to see, like, for instance, I noticed my daughter, she's only 1, and I'm noticing stuff from me. I'm a stay-at-home mom and I love it, right? So I'm noticing her attitude and I'm like, where are you getting that from? She ain't getting it from her dad because he ain't here, so she getting it from me. And I'm realizing that it's annoying because I'm like, oh, I think that I know what you're thinking when you're behaving this way. And so since I feel like you're challenging me, we're going to go back and forth because I'm going to try to establish this like authority in the household that I've told many mothers that they don't realize. You're going back and forth with a 12-year-old because there's a high chance that around that age, which is true for a lot of women, that you were traumatized around the ages of 10 to 13 years old. And what happens is when you're put into fight or flight, because you don't want to wail off on your daughter, right? You don't want to sock her in the mouth. You get to this point where like, you're like, oh, well, it's fight or flight. Well, I'm going to fight. And I'm like, she's a child and you're an adult. And so
Hold that thought real quick. Hey, Kev, speaking of all that noise, man, I'm just gonna say that, you know how I be TikToking around the streets, and I see your boy in another live, and he's just spewing the same stuff, same routine, same. They trying to humiliate me. They mad, they angry. But I'm gonna leave it at that. You know who else? He do the same spew and everybody else lied. The same thing he did in yours. We had to but first we muted him, then we had to drop him.
Oh, you
Yeah,
talking about
I
I
would
don't want to talk him up. That's
dominated
why I ain't gonna say.
I
You know,
would
like Beetlejuice. I don't want to say his name.
yeah
intellectually.
I would like to give a
Okay, I'm
different
sorry. Now you can go ahead,
perspective.
Lashandra.
Yeah,
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just
I
had to.
would
You just made me think of that. I had to remind you.
I would like to give a different perspective that it's like from my experience, um because we
Answer
grow with
done.
every child. We grow and we learn, if
Hold
we're
on,
blessed.
Zion. I mean, I gotta get this.
Was
Tiziana.
Lasandra
One more,
done?
Tiziana.
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 Hold
But
on. Lashandra wasn't done. I just had cut her off. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut her off, but because she said something and it made me remember something, and I didn't know if she was done. I'm sorry. My apologies.
Fine. No, I think that that's a big part. The reason you see women and, like I said, boys are out figuring out their lives and how to sow the royal oats, all that. They have other things that they're worried about when we keep our girls close. And the closer you get, usually sometimes you start to butt heads a little bit more. And so I think that's a big contributing factor to their puberty, their closeness with their mother tends to cause uproar in the house. And that's why you see it more often.
I hear you. Um, my perspective is this: with every girl that I raise, and every child, right? We see them 365 days, and we live with them, and sometimes it's like if we see for what it is, they're gonna go out in the world, right? And we've been 18 years together, breathing the same air, and going the same energy, and it's hard. It's a detachment. So when they go to college and they start the argument, if we see for what it is, it's like we're gonna miss them. It's gonna break our heart. But when they have that attitude, it make it a little bit easier. It's like, oh boy, you know what I mean? And I've learned with my baby, it's like when it was going that way, it's like, it's okay. We don't have to leave each other that we're mad. It's okay to process, to say you're growing, it's scary to go out in the world, but it doesn't have to be this way. So from the first kids that they left, and it was like, I can wait for till he go to college. It, like my friend, and she's an attorney and she see a lot of this dynamic, is like to learn that sometimes, it's like it's just the process that you don't know how to put into word, but there is that, they're going out, your baby's gone, is flying away. And if rather than cry, it's like, okay, strong enough, he got this, now I can move on and do something else with my life. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I get you.
Did you answer the first question? Yeah, you did. So we on the second question, or no? Jen, did you answer the first question? And I gotta learn how to say yo.
Who gets into it more, mother and daughter? Oh, that's
Your
easy.
My hair
volume
is
super low.
noisy.
Oh, hey, wait, who was
Mother and
that?
daughter.
Hey, Toby, mute up.
Toby,
Your junk super
yeah.
loud, bro. What you say?
That's easy. Mother and daughter, they fight a lot. Um, like I know my mother and I fought a lot because she, while she prepared me to be a wife, and a good helpmate, I got that down packed, right? I grew up watching that. So it wasn't something that she had to really teach me, but um, I wanted I wanted to reach my highest possibility as an individual, not so much as a woman growing up. Um, and I had things to prove to myself. And so I know in my teenage years with my mother, she and I battled because she had the same expectations of me, just to be in the house and having a bunch of kids, which was beautiful growing up in it. but that wasn't what I wanted. So she and I did battle a lot just because of that. And I didn't realize it. I didn't realize that's what I was doing until I actually became a mother. And then it hit me at that point. It's just like, I know now how beautiful being a mother is. She wanted that for me. So, it's life is always evolving. You discover things, why you do things. But with my children, with my daughters, um, it, there were very few battles because um, a lot of the questions that I asked my mother from the old school about life, she didn't give me the answers. And so I made sure with my daughters that I was going to give them every answer that I knew when they asked me. And so I think it really, I think the family dynamics between father and son and mother and daughter is that you actually have to talk to them and you have to meet them where they're at, age appropriate things, right? But I think what I see mostly in society when I'm out shopping or what have you is these kids are running amok, and it's like their parents aren't educating them at home on their behaviors, right? Um, and so for me, I think it's really I think parents and the younger parents, if you listen to what I'm saying, is don't be so busy that you can't talk to your kids, like, and give them the full scoop on life. Your your job is to fulfill all of their questions to your best of your ability, so they don't go out to the world to find the answers. That's the worst thing that you could do, is send them out to the world for their answers. Give them, teach them, don't baby them, don't coddle them, and be straight up with them, and you're gonna get major respect.
That's why
That
that's
is
why
so
COVID
true.
was COVID was such a shock to their system. When they got stuck at home with their kids. When they got stuck at home with their whole families, each other, their
Yeah.
kids, it was a wake up call.
Oh,
I can't tell you
oh,
how many parents was
I have
like,
one
"Come
last
get him."
thing. I have one last thing. As a mother to two daughters, um, I get disgusted when I see women mothers. Oh, this is my little princess. This is my little queen. This is, you know, stop doing that. Stop doing that. I'm
Yep,
going to
giving them
tell
a
you why.
false
I'm going to tell
sense.
you, you are blowing up their heads like they're supposed to be bowed down to.
Right.
They have to earn. They have to earn that, and you, as a mother,
Facts.
cannot give them that. It disgusts me when I see it, and then they dress them up. I'm a queen. I'm a princess, and
Hmm.
everything's a princess. It's like the world is not a fairy tale.
Don't
Yep.
forget.
Yeah,
It ain't.
Tell them that they're smart. Tell them that they're smart.
and
Tell them they can create an invention. They can create cures. Tell them
yes.
things that are actually positive for the world, not just your little
Facts.
family in a little bubble.
Ooh, I'm gonna be
Yep.
Grow
tougher
up,
in a minute.
mothers, grow up and train your daughters not to be princesses, but to be smart. Give them the
Hmm.
information. Put them out in the world, and have them open. Okay, I'm gonna be quiet because
No,
I
I
get
mean I
passionate
feel
about that
you.
because I see it all
You
over
was
the
cooking.
place.
I feel you. Like,
Princess, and crowns and tiaras. Fuck that shit. And I don't hardly cuss, but
I
I'm
feel you.
passionate because I did not raise my kids that way, and my daughters left the house and they were fully prepared for life. And I don't have all the instructions, but I know I got some stuff right.
I feel you. For
Hey, we
sure.
might mute
Oh,
up
Should
I'm
we
about
need
to
what you call this
stumble.
tea for
Topher.
that though?
Yeah, we might all have to mute up so Topher can speak, man. I don't know. It sounds like you underneath a waterfall, but go ahead and say whatever you gotta say, bro.
You can hear me? I'm in a noisy area. Yeah, but I appreciate the life. And I'm on Alpha Tree Road, so I'm on the road, and I'm just listening. And you're making a good point. The lady is making a good point about the mother boosting up the young girl about their being princess and fairy tales. It's ruining our daughters, and they feel entitled, and this entitlement causes them to not appreciate males and the benefit of having a male around them. And I digress. I hope you can hear me.
We have,
Okay.
I mean,
I
that's a good
have a
point that he made.
perspective about what Jay-Z Smith said, right? So in with my daughters, I did exactly, you know, as she was saying, you know, I taught my daughter how to take care of themselves and empower them to go out in the world and to be prepared, right? But I'm gonna tell you, it's done by design because that's the consumeristic society, you know. They wanna put a thing that is an illusion, you know. So they go out and they have this entitlement and that created problem, and society doesn't support you because they'll come back home and will say, well, my friend don't do this is child labor. uh I'm a child, I supposed to play, I supposed to get this, I supposed to get that. I'm saying that I did what I thought it was right for my daughter, and to make sure that if I'm no longer around, they know how to fend for themselves. But it was a tough battle because I always had this kind of repercussion. There's no society that support empowering a child, you know. It's quite the opposite.
but Tiziana, before you go past that point, right there, what you just said is the point that a lot are missing, and I keep trying to stress that that's the point that they need to catch. You're making your children so dependent upon you that they can't fend for themselves. They can't take care of themselves. So then when life happens and you pass on, now these children are stuck because they don't have you to take care of them anymore. They don't have that person that keep coming bailing them out of jail. That person that keeps bailing them out of every situation that they get in that as an adult, they need to learn from themselves and grow from in order to suffer the consequences from their actions, to learn not to do it anymore. When you know that somebody's going to bail you out from stuff that you're going to do, there's no really incentive for you to stop doing it. But
I was gonna
if
give
you know
some
you got to suffer the consequences of your actions and there ain't going to be no bailout, there's a different frame of mind.
So
I was
I
gonna give
wanted
some
to
pushback on the
speak on the part that Jen Smith was speaking on, the little girls growing up as princesses and thinking they're queens and all that good stuff. I, you know, at some point, like, I know that mothers do that just to, it's in a little fantasy world. Mothers and fathers do that. But my concern is the princesses and queens, when it's time for them to find their prince, or the prince and king to find them, it's not happening because you set, they have this expectation, this unrealistic expectation sometimes, when it comes to having you know, certain expectations for the princess or the queen. And is there a prince in your neighborhood? You know, is there a king in the community that's going to be able to take the little princess or queen on from the parents? I mean, that I just think that, like Miss Smith said, when it comes to that, like, you know, even taking smartness to another level, just, are you motivated? Are you a lifelong learner? You know, and this goes for both males and females. You know, are you motivated? Because I run into kids all the time, especially now in middle school. They've been told that they were smart and pretty, or smart and handsome, from the day that they were born, and then then when they get to middle school and they're around, even smarter, more motivated children, it's like they can't handle it. And so, I mean, I've kind of gotten to a place where I just like to encourage kids to be, motivated about learning and experiencing life and having a growth mindset. Because sometimes, we get so caught up in the term smart that if you fail one time or two times, there's some kids who can't, get up out of that. So right now we're coaching on having a growth mindset. Are you willing to, shift? Are you willing to shift lanes if you have to? If this skill that you have no longer works, are you able to shift and move over? Are you willing to learn another skill or trade, or you just happy to be in the space where you felt, that you were most smart in,
I wanted to give some pushback. I'm probably, you guys, no one's gonna like me in the next like 5 minutes probably, and that's okay. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I don't like you.
Oh man. Okay. So I'm just saying, so granted, I am a human that was raised by a mother who taught us. My mother was in the Army. Both my parents actually were in the Army. And I was raised being called a princess, and I call my daughter a princess. However, I think the problem is the cultural understanding of what a princess actually is here in America, because the reality is somebody who is in monarchy is actually a public servant. They're not everyone's not just waiting. They are waiting on them hand and foot. They are being treated well, but they're serving other people. Their job is to make sure the people that they're over are okay. And so when I'm teaching my daughter to be a princess, I'm teaching her to take care of her physical appearance, but I'm also teaching her to be humble. I'm also teaching her to be diplomatic. Like, I'm teaching her how to function and have grace while doing so. Just putting on a crown doesn't make you a princess. And I feel like that's just a misconception in America. There's nothing wrong with telling your children, I don't think. I tell my daughter she's pretty, and just as much as I tell her that she's intelligent. But
the difference, the difference of what they were saying is that they were doing it. See, like, you're doing it with a balance, and I understand, because I call my daughter a princess too, but I also did it with a balance. Just because you're a princess don't mean you can't get in trouble. Don't mean you can't be held accountable. You are my princess, but you are not the world's princess. And that's the difference. And one of the things that, I noticed has been coming up a lot over the last week or so in Kevin's live and in a lot of the other lives, that, is the word humility. And it's like, a lot of the issues are that these children are being raised with no humility because their parents have no humility.
Yeah.
And Lysandra, like, I hope you don't ever feel like people are not gonna like you because you have a different opinion. Like, I don't even feel like this is the community and space for that. Like, I think
I don't like her. Who told you that?
Oh, you don't like her? That's not true. I'm hoping. Well,
Don't
you don't
speak
like
for me,
her, then
Simon.
we're both leaving. I'm like, girl, we're both leaving. If he, no, it can't be like that. But I feel you.
And that's a prime example of expressing your emotions.
Yes.
I stand on the side of promoting femininity and young women.
Yes.
And in the current society, it's not something that people like, because they don't feel that there's this. I feel there's a beautiful strength in femininity in young women. It's beautiful because it provides the world with balance.
Oh,
and
yes.
so, and I feel like sometimes, unfortunately, I feel like a lot of moms, because with my son is 8. With my son, I was a single mom until he was 2. And what I've come to realize is that the difference between now having my daughter and my fiance is that I was tired because I was jumping back and forth between masculine and feminine energy. And feminine was probably the easiest thing for me. being feminine was the easiest thing for me. And so I'm exhausted because I'm like, I just want to hug you, but I got to teach you how to be in the world. So let me not baby you, but this is what I want to do, right? It was a lot of exhausting back and forth. And I feel like women's emotions are beautiful in the fact that we're oceans, it's waves, it's movement, it's empathy with other people. It's all those things that we do naturally. And men don't get a chance to do that because they're supposed to be the protectors. They're supposed to be the providers. They're supposed to be like, they don't have time to be as fluid with their emotions. So I feel like being a woman is something that has to be taught to our daughter, because the world at this point, in my personal opinion, America will teach our daughters to not be little girls anymore. And I have a problem with that because
And
I think it's
and
horrible.
yes,
That's because they
and I
teaching men how to
agree.
be
Like,
little girls now.
Whoop, you said it. I
what
didn't.
what'd you say? I'm sorry. What did you say, host?
Oh no, she said they ain't teaching the girls how to be little girls anymore. I said it's because they teaching men how to be little girls now.
Oh, well, that's a whole nother topic.
Well,
Um,
I ain't saying like that, but
yeah,
I'm just saying
no, but I feel that it is though. But when it comes
not
to
the
like,
extreme one.
yeah, when it comes to femininity, and I think I mentioned this earlier, like, when I'm out at work, I mean, I work at this school that is really tough. But I love the community. I mean, I'm off on Christmas break, but I went up there to help with technology just because I've learned to love the community. But when I'm out there, I have to be like tough because they'll eat me up. You know what I mean? I mean, they'll just try to
That's what I be saying.
abuse me, use their trauma on me, and I just, you know, I have to be tough when I'm out there. But when I'm home and when I'm with my sons and my husband, like I am so much into my feminine energy that, like I said, I sometimes act like a 12-year-old girl because I have to. If not, I would be so hardened. Like I've spent time in the officers program in the Army officers program, and so I like that. I could do that. I mean, for some kids like at my school, I'll say to them, I mean, what do you want? You want me to be your stepmama or your stepdaddy? Like I could be both. But I love being in my feminine energy. I love feeling emotions. And we have to teach our daughters. Well, I don't have any daughters, but the girls um should be taught that it's okay. It is okay. But what I'm finding and seeing with little girls, especially in middle school, is the anger part and the what is it? They're being what some people may consider disrespectful, and they'll be like, "Well, what did I do?" They don't even realize that they're being disrespectful when they're, rolling the eyes, sucking the teeth, doing their necks, doing the neck roll, and that leads to like your next question: where do the children get their ways from? Like they're getting that from somewhere. They're getting it from the house. They're
Exactly.
getting it from social media. Because some parents, I just see some parents, they're like, "What? My child don't even have Instagram." I'm like, "Yes, they do. They be trying to battle with me in the classroom." So it could be a mixture of both. Like they're seeing some of the attitudes at the house,
Mm.
and then social media is a big thing that the kids are mimicking. So,
And who gave them that social media?
well, parents, because I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I'm guilty of it. I'm not happy, but my sons were exposed to social media early. Well, they got the cell phones, and then I was like, I had a personal story with my oldest son. He's 20 now, but he was on the app Instagram, and this was maybe um 11 years ago, and I would just check, I'm like, "Oh no, you're not supposed to be on here." But of course he got on there, and there was pictures of a girl, and I said, "Does this girl go to your school?" And I can't remember if he said yes, but she looked like a very mature person, a
Right.
very, very mature. She did not look like a middle school girl, 6th grade, 7th grade, maybe 8th grade, but she was very mature physically. And she had some pictures that were, and I actually went on and I asked her, I said, look, I know that, I told her he's this age. I don't know how old you are, but please block him, like, because I know he was gonna get back on there. And I had a conversation with him, but yeah, she was very mature, and I just had to be, I had to, what we call it, damage control. I had to do some damage control because I gave him the cell phone, or well, his father did, and I didn't I didn't say much against it. But as parents, yeah, we have to take responsibility and do damage control when it's needed. But yeah, a lot of these kids, they're getting their ways from the parents, and parents have to admit it. My 16-year-old, he's a male version of me, so I got to do a lot of talking to him.
You are invading his privacy. No, I'm just playing. That's what parents
Well,
supposed to do. He ain't got no privacy. Not
yeah,
as
well, I
long as he
give
live
them.
under your roof.
I'm
Yeah,
looking
I
at
mean,
the
I give
third
them some
But
question.
privacy.
but hold on. We just had because Kev said he ain't gonna be up too much longer, so we want to give everybody a chance. And is it she's just being honest? Yes. You got anything to say?
In short, I don't know. I'm gonna just let y'all rock out. I ain't even tripping.
What?
I said I'm okay because it's a short amount of time and I don't really want to, like, well, I gotta say, Kev, no, I be
Fire
trying my
mode.
time and plan.
Two.
I'm not
Bring the
even about to
fire. Bring the
do
heat.
all of that. But Spizzo, you can go.
All right, Spizzo, it's on you.
All right, appreciate it. Well, since he's running short on time, I guess I'm gonna just kind of elaborate what I want. One, I think mothers teach, kids emotional expression, and I feel like fathers come and let them know the time and the place when to
Nice.
express those emotions. And what I've noticed, and this is just me personally, is, when most young men are raised by females, or in a house with just one female, or one woman, should I say? I hate saying females. I don't know why I said that. I apologize to the ladies on the panel, but with one woman,
You trying to start another fire?
yeah, I'm trying to chill out. I'm trying to break a bad habit, my guy. I'm trying to break a bad habit, but it's they lash out a lot emotionally, but when there's a male or a man in the picture, they know how to, okay, I want to say this, but I need to say it this way. Because there is always, and this is from something I seen way back, there's always a low level threat. When there are two men or more than two men in the vicinity of each other, there's always a low level threat of violence. And women really don't understand that when it comes to interacting with one another. They feel like they can kind of just say whatever, and that's as far as it's gonna go. But when two men interact, there always has to be a baseline level of respect, because it can go way farther with when somebody chooses to take it there. And I think that's what's missing on what some kids or males and young women aren't getting at home when under a single parent household. But you do have those women like Miss Smith up at top. She does seem like she has a good balance in her household. But that's very far in between. So I'll leave it there.
Okay, my man said it was folded. Wow, shocker. But alright, yeah, I wish I can. But I've been on all day, so I got on early. So everybody, how y'all? I mean, y'all can have y'all last say so we can make it happen. I'll be back on tomorrow. And then I'm gonna have a lot of time with y'all soon because as soon as this break come, I'm gonna have like 2 months off. So I'm gonna have relaxed mode. So y'all gonna be seeing my face more frequently next week.
Hey, we'll let Antonio go because he hasn't gone.
Oh yeah, right. My brother Antonio in the building with the new background picture threw me off too. What's the deal, Antonio,
What up
man?
with
What you
you,
got?
Cam? What
Are
up,
you
panel? How y'all doing? Yeah, I came in. I
good,
just
man?
got
I'm
in,
blessed.
came in on the back end. I'm gonna let my boy Kel get some rest because he be at it hard. You know what I'm saying? But I just want to say what Cizo was talking about. Um, that's called consequences.
Mm-hmm.
And regardless of my, I like this. I like to say it this way. My father was narcotically challenged. So my mom raised 3 kids. But and I always tell
Ooh,
my children this: hey, you
look.
know your parents have a whole life before you were born. You don't know your parents for real. You know what I'm saying? So low key, my mama was a track star. She not only was fast, but she threw the shot put in track. You know what I'm saying? We don't know that. I don't know that till she grabbed me the first time. You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
I understand the presence. Sometimes the presence of or the lack of the presence of is just as beneficial because I seen what my mother went through dealing with us, and so I respected things a little bit further, and I did the best I could not to, you're a child, you do stuff, you're a kid, you do stuff. I tried my best to not to be on craziness because I seen what she dealt with my father and my brother and sister's father. But that with that being said, when you have that discipline and that consequence there, that consequence, whoever can supply that consequence, whether it's a male or female, if they can supply the consequence in the home to let children know that when you get out of hand, you're going to be corrected. I think that it still balances out. And I always say this to people. I hear that notion about women being only dealing with emotions, but before a child, male or female, is exposed to anybody from birth, their mother is their first everything. Because as boys, when we get to a certain age, then we get out with our dad. Because when we 2 or 3, we're not running around with our dad. We're mostly at home with our mom. Then when we get to those ages where we're rambunctious, if you don't have a father in the home, hopefully you have a grandfather. Or like me, I had a slew of uncles. So, you find that balance in other places. And the other thing that I wanted to throw in right quick, Cal, is at what point does the child themselves become responsible? Because there's things that I did that I was taught not to do, but I
Word.
didn't anyway. I'm just dealing with my brother's son who is a grown man. You're 24. My brother's allow you to stay at home to get your life together. You're working. You've been dipping in my brother's safe. You didn't came out the safe. You've been dipping so much you don't even know how much you done took. You didn't hit my brother for about 20 racks, so you can ball. You didn't grow up in an environment where your father wasn't there. You didn't grow up in an environment where you were lacking. You didn't grow up without discipline. So sometimes these situations that we attest to a mother being in the home, not being in the home, because that was in my case. I was a single dad for 10 years. Their mother was not in the home. Or the situation with my mom where the father was not in the home. Sometimes that is not the factor. Sometimes these children just do what they're not supposed to do.
Yeah,
And I'm gonna put a pin in it right there, bro.
that's good, bro. That's good. I can't argue with you. T. Smith.
That's a good question, though. I'll be trying to see when the child starts taking accountability. So I would
I would
say,
say,
the child is always, I don't try to put it that way, but I don't know, because I can't say, because it be different ages that child do make grown decisions and stuff, it's like, how can you blame the parent? But then, like, the parent is like the starter of the situation or the source of how or what environments that they put their child in, and so it's like, I don't know if there's a certain age. I
But I
don't
would have
know.
to say
That's a good
my
one.
argument in that would be that regardless of what age we want them to be accountable for, the law say they're accountable at 18. So it's like you got to get them together before they turn 18. And whatever they do after they turn 18, I mean, you can try to help them or save them, but they still going to face some sort of accountability for it.
Yeah, that's
Unless
why
you
I say
just
I
got
feel like
enough
they
money.
accountable even before that. Because if they was to catch AIDS at 12, you know what I'm saying? I mean, they still gonna be held
Right.
accountable. Law ain't
And
gonna
it ain't
stop that.
nothing, and it ain't nothing
So
the
that's why I
parent
be
can do
thinking
nothing
about
about it.
stuff like that. It's
Well, I think
just
there's
But
a
like
big
when they getting
focus.
pregnant at 16 and you going to take
right.
them
Exactly.
to
Exactly.
right.
They accountable.
I think
Yeah,
there's a
I
couple of things.
always
I'm not trying to start like a whole new conversation because it might make start one. I'm not trying to, but what I'm trying to say is that there's a big component to this where if your child does attend school in the public, they actually are not spending most of their time with you. They're actually spending most of their time with their teachers and peers. And
Yeah.
so they have a very, very large influence in both the way that they process the things that are going on and their decision making. And they're not
Wow. I
coming,
just had a deja vu.
they're not coming to you. So,
well check this out though, Lysandra.
Yeah, I was gonna
It,
say
You
it, that
still.
environment.
that
Yeah.
outside community always has more influence with these children because whether they go to school or not. I homeschool my baby daughter. She still
Mm.
did not get away from that. I homeschooled her, and then you still in all the things. I'm 51 now. My baby that just moved out, she just turned 20 this year. That's the baby girl. And out of all of the conversations of, hey, baby, you got to listen. If you want to know about guys, come to your daddy. Your daddy gonna tell you the truth. If you want to drink, you come here and drink wine at the house because I would rather for you to be at home with me than out in the streets driving with somebody, which she ended up having an accident, which you didn't listen to that. Hey, baby, be careful. Some of these people out here are not your friends. They will use you. They would try to borrow money. They try to do this, and that. That she didn't listen to that. She had to learn that the hard way. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes it's not about where they're at because after the fourth grade she never attended public school again because I homeschooled her. You know what I'm saying? So, but those, and it's amazing to me how those influences outside of the house, like you said, whether they met them at home school or whether they somebody that they grew up on the playground playing with, it's amazing how those two individuals that have no insight, these younger people that have no insight, listen to one another and follow one another. And
and
I
in their
used to
most
always tell
formative
her,
years, in their most
I
formative
always
years,
tell
it's
her,
parent
I
versus
said,
peer.
listen,
Or they
baby.
listen to they or they
I
listen
said,
to themselves because we had
Yeah.
one in here arguing. I think it was in Kev's live, if
thank
I'm
you.
not mistaken. It probably was. They was arguing with us, and we were trying to tell him. He was like, "Well, if I'm at the top, I'm trying to make this is the example I gave him. I'm like, if I'm at the top of the mountain and you at the bottom of the mountain, but you trying to get to the top of the mountain, who you gonna listen to? The people that's out at the bottom of the mountain with you, or the person at the top of the mountain?" My man was like, "Well, I might hear your advice, but I'm to make my own path and go my own way. I listen to my own spirit." And I was like, "Okay, you listen to your own spirit, which means you listen to God, right?" No, I was like, "Who do your spirit get this information from?" He was like, "Well, my spirit gets my information from my feelings and my emotion from
Mm.
my. I got five senses, and it gets it from my five senses, which means you get it from you."
And, and then this is the example that I use all the time because I worked in mental health. What happens when your feelings are debased and not in reality?
Not in reality. Yep.
But I always told my children this. I said,
He tried
regardless
to
of
put it
what
on
you
his
do,
five senses.
I said, whatever you do, remember this. Grown up decisions come with grown up consequences.
Right.
And some of those consequences, like you were talking about, I can't save you. And I tell you to come to me, don't lie to me, because I look to gain nothing from you, but all I want you to do is to be a good person in life. So I'm trying to protect you. So, but you can put yourself in a position where these consequences that I have no bearing over, and you just got to deal with it. Because sometimes, as bad as we want to take it back, we can't.
Hey, even
I
to
mean,
add to that, you still choose I'm about to get off too after this. I ain't because I said we done went way past the time. But I was about to say,
All right.
you still choose
Appreciate you, brother.
yeah, for sure. You still choose the school your child goes to. So no matter what, it's like that's like blaming the tablet of what your child see and stuff. Like you still have control of your child for only so long or where you select them to go to. Unless they just run off or whatever, but that's different though. But I'm just saying, for the most part, you still choose a school, even if you say they get influenced by the school. You could have picked a different school if it was like really like that. So I don't know. It's like a
That's why
middle. It's
people think
like
I'm weird
50-50.
because I pick his friends, I pick his school, I talk to his teacher. I'm like, everyone who's going to talk
Yep.
to my child, I want to know what you think about everything before you have
Yep.
an influence on my child's life. But that was my tea. I'm out. It was
All right,
fun.
for sure. I appreciate you. I'll be on tomorrow though.
All right, bet.
Don't be dreaming about them teeth.
Oh my, he had to slip in. All right.